All right, if joining us, thanks so much. Really appreciate it for Group 9, Session 40.
Group 9, 40.
You buddy.
The Riz Masters.
Riz Masters. Yeah.
Oh god.
It's working for me, let me tell you. I'm feeling it. Feel the vibe. So, recap, Session 39. We had spent speaking the direction of Altar Flowers, really kind of finishing and finalizing that area and the Salinar, as well as leaving Sylvana in charge of gathering allies and other forces that we might be able to use in the fight against the Black Dragon, or perhaps more or less the fight against this land, right? To reconquer it in a way, or bring peace to the land, not conquer. Conquer would be a bad word. And so we are on the way in the direction of the bullywugs known as the Mukluk. And we're there because we're going there because we were looking for information. We're looking for allies. We also understand a little bit more about the stones now and the power that the Black Dragon might have. And knowing that we might be able to find some treasures, perhaps find a stone. And so we're wanting to branch out and see if we can get to these more friendlier areas, no dead marching through, and just collect information, collect items, that sort of thing. Before we got to the Mukluk, we decided to stop at one of the towers, these large black towers, just this massive superstructure that sits with very highly accented, solid black stone, almost like obsidian, but the bevels and buttresses are very kind of nuanced and I would say a little bit dwarvish-like, perhaps in the masonry. Not to say that dwarves did any of the masonry here, but maybe inspiration. And it stands over about 100 or so feet in terms of its height, and this solid piece of stone. You can imagine an obelisk of some kind that has been chiseled itself down into these different sorts of geometrical edges and the bevels and the buttresses. Now, at the first level here, it's completely open, right? You have a matching floor of the same stone. You have these pillars that extend upwards of solid stone that are very loosely chiseled and carved. And they have yellow veins, this yellow vein crystal inside of it. And the crystal glows and gives off a faint yellow light. In addition, there are lanterns held by these wizardry elf fellows marked by the statues extended into these alcoves. And those have these green crystals that are just everlight. They're just glowing constantly. At the center point is a spiraling staircase that is anchored by chain and by some of the pillars there as it rounds up to about 40 to 50 feet, the ceiling height, into the second level perhaps. Now, we fought some creatures here. There's two types of creatures that we fought, one of which were these orbish, kind of monstrous floating creatures with many different sorts of eye tentacles. The central large eye is opaque and pupilless, and as well as the other smaller eye tentacles. It had rotten, putrid flesh and seems to have been undead. And as it was fighting, it had not really a whole lot of intelligence, perhaps. And it was just blasting the rays and biting if it could, and just floating very slowly. And we made quick work of them. And it got maybe a little hairy sometimes, but we had some pretty good rolls. Pretty fantastic rolls, in fact, if I remember correctly. The other constructs that we faced, they were these kind of crystallic golems, these almost like automatons made of natural material, perhaps. The red crystals that kind of spiked out of the frame were suspended and held by some sort of orb that sit in the center of its crystal frame. And we have pocketed those orbs. We have divvied them out as far as loot items. Remains to be seen of what magical properties those orbs have or what they could yield for us at a later point. So without further ado, the floor will be yours. Let me get some ambiance going here.
All right, so we're going upstairs now, right?
I think that's the idea, yes.
Do we? I guess we should probably clear the place out before we start looking at everything, huh?
Yeah, whoever's up there likely knows we are here. So.
I mean, you guys know I could send a scout out, right? Should we do that? No, down. Oh, okay.
I mean,
You should-
Donlin's
you should
already-
go.
I mean, whatever knows we're here is already here. Like,
True. And
the time
Close
the
them up.
scout was through the door, and you didn't offer to do that through the door. I'm just saying.
yeah, it
Yeah.
was weird. I'm sorry, I blanked out for a lot of that fight.
It was almost like you weren't even here.
Yeah. It's weird. Sorry, it happens sometimes.
I'm still impressed.
Don't let
by,
it happen
how
again.
quickly Jax opened the door.
I mean, just saying, I'm pretty useful with doors.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember
lots
this
of-
one door in the Dukes Manor.
Let's not bring that up, please.
Which time?
True too.
Oh, the one where he broke the lock picks like 3 different times, and the metal man that we had to repair it.
Oh, that was the original mansion. Yeah, that's been a while.
I wonder whatever happened to that metal man.
Probably the same thing that happened to my goat. And I'm just gonna stare down Kanan.
What did you do with your goat?
What happened to the goat?
Ooh.
It got evaporated in white and blue lightning.
We don't know that for sure. I mean, we were time traveling. Can goats time travel?
I mean, he was there.
Might still be there.
Maybe they went to another time, a better time.
Wide open, timeless pastures.
With plenty of things it can jump on.
Gonna train him to be a war goat. Would have been a first of his kind.
But now you have a Volhanda. You don't need a goat.
I mean, that's fair.
So we got a marching order. We're just striding upstairs. We're not stealthing at all.
I mean,
Probably
Donlin was
not.
the first. That was the first one to
This is
run
the
up,
FBI.
I'm just asking. No, we're just going up the stairs.
Yeah, open up, motherfucker.
Yeah, it looks like
Unless
it.
there's,
Okay.
unless there's a door or something, yeah.
So the stairs here, they're a little bit slippery perhaps on your boots from the aqueous environment from outside, the tall grass and the wetness and the humidity. You're on top of the stairs and they're kind of chiseled very smoothly, and so you're kind of stomping onto them as you round the staircase. As soon as you round up the staircase, you're going up into the second floor as you come back around, and you're met with a room that is large in same fashion as the one below. But there are these pedestals placed upon platforms that round with these runic kind of circlets of red energy underneath them as they're kind of vibrating and moving, almost like that of a constellation in motion in some sort of planetarium. Now, as far as a central crystal here, there's a black kind of geode that's kind of extending from the black of the kind of the obsidian stone, and it's showcasing a lot of kind of vibrating black in the white, and it has signs that perhaps it has been struck and damaged over time. There are other objects in the space, but it's kind of here nor there at the present moment, because Donlin, as soon as you come up with Jax in tow and the rest of you beginning to move up, you notice that there are floating creatures that you have faced down below in the same alcoves and the same positions as the structures, the towers, mimicking as it's one large superstructure extending all the way to the height of the kind of top of the tower, which is about 100 feet or so. So you've got about 40, 50 feet. You can see these creatures there in the alcoves, and you're just kind of ascending here, right? And you have a railing as well of the same stone. That railing of the staircase is actually a half wall that's completely filled. So you're actually coming up, and then you're like peeking your eyes just up over the railing, and you see those 3 creatures. As soon as you see those 3 creatures, they notice you, and they begin to turn to advance. And everyone roll initiatives.
Holy hell, Lance!
Gotta need for speed.
I need you to go in there and turn off the initiative rolling system from Maldor. I think it's still stuck from the last time we played.
That script got left on there for your account.
Fucking script on there, yeah. All right, so Lance, you're going to be up here. We're going to basically say as far as I don't like to have the wall presented here. that you're able just to see now over the actual wall. But for positions Claire and then Kanan, you wouldn't actually be able to see over that half wall.
Got it. So I need to find a way to push forward so people can actually get off the stairs.
That's yeah.
Been a minute. Remind me again. Difficult terrain to move through an ally?
I'm small. You can move through my space.
Yeah, the
for free.
the Kender is small, so you can move through the space for free if that's your choice. But yes, it'll
Okay.
be twice as much movement to move through Jax.
And
Got
the
it.
dwarf flexes his height.
Unless do you have Land Strider?
That's I think the feature that gets replaced
Okay.
by the optional features.
Yeah, then no.
Yeah.
Land
Also, I think
Strider.
that specifies plants or natural shit.
Yeah, so Land
Jax
Strider,
is made of plants.
by ruling, oftentimes allows you to move through party members because it's a form of natural difficult terrain.
Fair enough.
Or
Unless it's a Warforged, in which
Unless
case.
it's a Warforged. Damn,
Uh,
nation!
Okay, he is going to, I guess, step up here and. We're not in any nice, neat groups yet, but take a shot at the one to our east.
Okay.
Let's do it to it. Where'd my sling go? There it is. ShamWow.
All right, 24 is going to hit. You're going to smash with 15 points of bludgeoning and thunder damage. Just crashes in. Warbles. 16 will also hit. And you do an additional 16 points of bludgeoning and thunder damage.
Okay. I think, did I use up all of my... No, I'll go ahead and use one of my superiority dice to apply a distracting strike on that guy.
Okay.
So we'll do 3 extra damage, and the next person to attack him will have advantage.
Sounds good.
And I will... Is there enough space in between the stairs
Yes. Yep.
and the
There's-
pillar? Okay.
Yep. You can go all the way around it if you so choose to.
Yep.
On the north side.
That's what I'll choose to do. Because I'm assuming these stairs continue up here.
That's correct.
So I can basically tuck myself into this corner here
That's
to get
correct.
a little bit of cover from people on the left.
Yep. You have total cover from people on the left at this point.
Cool. So that will be where I end my turn.
All right.
Combat. Enter.
Ending turn. We now come to you, James.
Lance, that middle one was the one you hit,
Yep.
right, for the advantage?
Yep. So you'll have advantage to throw something at it.
All right, so I'm going to use my movement and bonus action to get a total of 80 feet of movement here.
Okay.
And I'm going to go up to this guy. Look at you, spacebar. Aren't you proud of me?
It's beautiful.
And I'm going to attack him with the dagger here.
All right. Ooh, 21.
Ooh.
That is for sure going to smack a Rooney.
You didn't roll with advantage, though. Maybe try one more d20.
Yeah,
in
it also
case
didn't give me
the
sneak
crit.
attack.
Hmm.
Nope, that's definitely not crit.
Sad.
Didn't give you the sneak attack, huh?
It did not, sir.
Oh boy. Let's see if we can fix it. One of it's because you leveled up. Probably.
You broke it.
Yeah, you down broke.
Indeed.
It. Borked it hard.
Yeah, maybe.
The distracting strike should work. Let's see here.
I wonder if that's what happened if it didn't count me as having.
'cause it
obviously,
didn't roll
didn't count me as
advantage
an
either.
advantage. Yeah, so it's probably
So
not
without
sneak
it-
attack.
Yeah, without advantage, it wouldn't have triggered a sneak attack.
It actually prompts regardless because it can't interpret where the teammate is at if it's within 5
Oh,
feet.
well,
So
yeah, that's a
it's
good
always
point.
going to prompt him.
Oh, well.
I think it's the distracting strike. Looks like it's set up, so we'll just kind of see what happens here. Oh,
Shit, it's gone.
oh, it's moving now. It warped. It warped speed. All right, I think the issue is the actual creature here that's broken right now. Let me find out which one it is on the turn order. All right. Technical difficulties.
Distracted it so hard it stopped working.
I know, right?
That's right.
Even the game system is distracted.
All right. So 21 is your attack. That'll hit and deal 11 points of piercing and acid damage to the target here. And then I would like for you to manually roll a sneak attack for me. So it'd be 46 for you. All right, so the additional 12. Attacking on.
All right, I moved. I have 80 feet. I moved 55 to get up here, so I can move another 35. No, 25. Sorry. Oh my God, I'm measuring, and I didn't hit the space bar.
Oh, jeez.
Rip.
Tisk. Dustin.
All right, and I will end my turn there.
Okay. All right, Claire, it's your turn.
Back. Right, looks like. Y'all. Wouldn't waiting.
Uh-oh.
You're cutting out.
Is that weird?
Your voice activation is not behaving properly, I think.
Yeah. You're definitely cutting it out.
Trying to find
Okay.
like the sweet spot so there's no echo.
Gotcha.
How's it now?
A little bit better.
A little lower. Okay. We'll keep it here. Okay. All right. TLDR, Twin Haste.
Twin haste.
Oh boy. Well, let me make sure.
That changes my whole fucking
Hold
plan
on.
up.
And the fight is done.
All right, you can do it now.
Oh my God.
That was not what I was expecting you to do, and
Enjoy.
you ruined my entire plan, sir.
The whole play.
I'm sorry about that. And we're just gonna chill like halfway down the stairs like here.
All right, Donald.
Man, you threw a whole wrench in my plan.
I've never heard somebody complain so much about being hasted on a fighter. I'm just
Right?
saying.
I have a lot of shit I have to do, man.
Yeah, and now you have more action economy to do it.
So the
Where's the
first thing I'm
downside?
gonna do
How does this equation change?
is I'm gonna tap my crown and pull a pip. I'm gonna give everyone bardic inspiration.
You're having a bard off.
We saw what
It's like-
happened last time.
It's like a battle of the bards, but one of them has no talent.
Mm-hmm.
Is it me or Pip? Or me or someone?
Bardic Inspiration Fly.
Alright, and then I'm just gonna take my 60 feet of movement now. And we're gonna go over here. And with my disadvantage, we're just gonna swing away.
All right, 18 is going to hit. You're going to strike and deal 13 points of slashing damage. Natural one.
Oof.
You see as you come through the next strike, it warbles itself and just slowly kind of smacks the tentacle into the axe towards the hilt. It's not able to come down on top.
Alright, and hasted action.
Disadvantage 18, that will hit. You deal 20 points of slashing damage with the great axe Ylfing as it kind of moves, slicing the frost through as it cuts.
I'm going to end my turn.
Ending turn, we now come to the one, Jax, that you attacked. It is going to look towards you and flutter just 5 feet forward and is going to send out a reddish beam at you. Prompts you for a wisdom save. All right, that is going to be a success against the fear as it extends, ending its turn. Now come to the next one. This one is going to begin to flutter and move its entire movement speed with a dash as it continues to kind of roll forward. Kane, you're up next.
All right. So how far below the ground am I on the stairs? Like
So
10 feet or
imagine,
something?
imagine your character probably about 6 feet, right? So imagine
Mhm.
yourself probably about half a foot, right? So you can go on your tiptoes and look over it, right? But
Okay, yeah.
you can grab it and you can vault over it if that's what you wish.
I was gonna say I can fly. I was just curious
Yeah.
as to like I didn't know if I needed to burn a bunch of movement to get over the ledge.
No.
Or if it was like literally just
No.
So I will hop out that way, and I'm gonna zip over here with my 80 feet of movement. Can't quite make it. But that's okay. I will target this gentleman. We will empower a tentacle strike, amplify. Sorry, tentacle strike. Don't think I need the bardic.
Ooh, 29 crushed. It's going to do 16 points of force damage.
And then I will pull him 5 feet towards me.
Okay.
Then we'll hit him again with a regular tentacle strike.
It's going to do 27. You do 8 points of force damage.
And then hasted action, I will hit him again.
Cross with another smack. 15 hits. You do 8 points of force damage.
And that's gonna end his turn.
Okay. Pip, you're up next.
Okay. Right. Move right here. And I'm gonna throw ice at him.
Okay.
Just like a cup of ice.
A cup of
Yep.
ice.
Just the cup of. Eat these cubes.
Eh!
Or not.
I don't know what it's doing.
Is it asking you to use Bardic Inspiration?
No. It's asking. There we go. I did something. It's asking, do I want to apply effects? But I already clicked yes. So I don't know why it's
Well,
not.
it shouldn't ask you to apply effects. Let's see.
Yeah. See, it just.
Oh, you should do. It should do attack roll first. It should send it out towards the creature first. Let's see here.
Hang on.
Did you target? You target.
No,
him,
you're
right?
using the Ray of Frost and the wand, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the. I think it's pretty much broken at this point, so we're gonna have to.
Oh, the wand's gone.
Rip wand.
There goes my power for storm.
For some reason, the module that handles it is just not. It's not working at all. So, what we're gonna do?
So put them in my spell slots until I get rid of the wand. No, because then they'll take spell slots every time, though, wouldn't it?
What I'm gonna do is I'm going to put in the spells right now into your actual just spell list that you have available to you. Because the Ray of Frost technically doesn't consume anything, so so before you use any other spell, just let me know from the wand, and then we'll take
Okay.
it spell by spell. For now, the Ray of Frost is there, so go ahead and fire it off again and see if it works from your cantrip list.
Doing the same. Oh, wait, there it is.
All right, 23 is going to hit. You're going to do 14 points of cold damage there.
Nice. And then everyone's already inspired. No one needs healing. I'm going to back up a bit and end my
Okay.
turn.
All right. This orbish creature will fly, hovering 10 feet about, looks towards you, Kanan, and is going to send out a turquoise beam at you.
I don't like that very much.
And now one you about to roll ain't gonna like it either.
20 is going to be a success as the ray comes towards you and you're able to thwart it, racing against the paralysis. Ending turn. Flutter's
Yeah,
about
wait for
10
me to fail
feet
like
here.
that.
No, right. Rooting for you.
I just want Michael to have
Moonbeam
some
sent at
fun
you,
with
Jax.
these.
It's going to prompt you for a con save.
I'm not even gonna try to use Bardic because it's not gonna matter.
5 is going to be a fail. You're going to take 33 points of necrotic damage. As you kind of take the actual pedestal here upon the platform, it's not very tall. It's only about 3.5 feet. And it's very thin, too, and it's how it's kind of cylindrical as it's coming up. There's a bluish kind of crystal that's impregnated into the top end of it. And that blue beam kind of comes right over top. It strikes you. That necrotic damage begins to build, dealing quite a hefty challenge to you. Now, in front of you, Caden, here, this one is going to come in for a bite, which is a 13 and misses. And then in front of you, Donlin, it'll do a bite as well. 15 is a miss. Ending turn. Now come to round 2. Lance, you're up.
Okay. Yeah. Lance is gonna shimmy on out of here. And let's see. Don's got that one pretty well dealt with. I'm going to start with the one that is more dead-ish. The one that I attacked previously, and
Okay, setting up from Shockwave. Nice sling bolt being sent out here. 24 is going to hit. You'll deal 11 points of bludgeoning and thunder damage. You can see it waning from side to side. There's another piece kind of chunks off of it.
I think I'm going to throw, on a favored foe. That's still not going to be enough.
Right. It'll do 2 points there for the favored foe.
Shame. Well, I'm go ahead. Push him back in his little hidey hole corner.
Okay.
From Crusher. Jax's sneak attack is pretty efficient, so I'm going to attack the one to the north that's unharmed so far, and I try to apply a distracting strike to it if I hit.
Okay.
Don't need that Bardic.
Alright, 24 is going to hit. You deal 11 points of bludgeoning and thunder damage.
And I will apply a distracting strike against it.
Okay. Alright, that'll do 2 points of damage there. I can see now that I believe the distracting strike might be the one at play here. Let's see what happens.
Got it. Now go back to my little hidey hole, because I don't like all those targets to the left.
Okay, get back into some cover. Nice.
That'll be it.
Alright, successful.
Jax, I attack the one to the north if you want to try to get advantage again for sneak attack.
You have debate on if it's more worthwhile taking one off the field or.
Can you dual wield and draw another dagger?
I mean, technically I could because of quick hands, but that was like half my health that dude took last time.
Yeah, I don't know.
But it's the next one that attacks it, right? Not before your next turn.
If he starts his turn, the distracting strike goes away. So it just
Yeah,
has to be
so-
before his turn comes around.
But somebody else can take it. I mean,
yeah.
if Claire has an attack roll spell, they can benefit. If Pip has an attack roll spell, they can benefit. So
Probably better for you with your sneak attack.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll do that. So I'm gonna use my
Peer pressure does it,
Movement.
man. I love it. Fucking
As you say,
dive it
it's
in.
like-
it's only a character, man.
Only hit
Only
the
a
33
character.
points of necrotic damage. Yeah, charge at it.
my
I'm
thought
gonna
was
use my Bardic for not shit. I hope that hits.
Mm-hmm. That's gonna hit. Yeah.
It did not. Oh,
It's
Go
not
ahead.
prompting you for sneak attack. I see. So
Yep.
We're having definitely some problems. It also is not giving you the advantage of the distracting strike. So there's something going on with, I think, Lance. It seems like yours is okay. The distracting strike. Like I saw the effect. It seems to toggle it on. But for you, Jax, I think there's something definitely going on with your character right now. So we'll just have
I
to.
said maybe there's something on Jax applying disadvantage that would negate both
Yeah.
sneak attack and distracted?
That's what I'm thinking. Is there something? I think it's his cloak of displacement is really bugging out right now. So,
Yeah,
was
'cause
bugging
it
out
has
the other day, too,
enforced
remember?
disadvantage.
and I forgot to modify
yeah.
it. It should be okay here. So we'll go ahead and roll for me a flat d20. So we'll see if you can crit
Yep.
it. And then
Nope.
go ahead and roll 46 for me again, because you are going to successfully get a sneak attack here. All right, so that's going to be a total of 22 points of damage, piercing and acid to the creature.
Yep, and then I'm going to use the rest of my movement and dash action to actually, yeah, I'm going to have to use my dash to come hide behind the column. I know I can't hide, but I'm going to
Get some cover.
Oh my god, why won't this? There we go. Yeah, get some cover from that guy with the rest of my... Yeah, that's good.
Okay. Claire?
I just don't want him to be able to turn, you know what I'm saying?
I know what you're saying.
Turn and shoot. Nope.
We'll throw out a
War of the
couple
Worlds over there.
these. Oh,
Oof.
Natural 1. And 1 of the damage die. That's fucking unlucky.
Yeah.
Second one coming through 23 will hit,
There
and
we
that
go.
is going to finish off the creature's use Splinter Eldritch Blast, sending shockwaves rippling through its central eyes. It bubbles and gurgles and then punctures into its body, and it falls down dead.
we'll just throw out a second.
All right, 29 will hit, and you 29. Jesus, spiritual weapon attack comes through. Bam, right on top of its
Alright.
head of its orbish region.
Or dug it back down.
All right, Donlin, you're up.
All right. Second turn, second bonus action to apply another buff. And I'm going to grow. And then we're going to swing away with my nice giant axe.
All right, 29 will hit, and you do 28 points of slashing damage. You crush into it. It bounces off the ground for a brief moment, and then picks itself up. It's like a beach ball.
Again.
17 is also going to hit. I don't think you actually could miss unless you get less than like 2 or something.
2. Yeah. And haste action.
Haste action, multiple attacks here. The last one, as you crush into it, cleaves a large slash downwards to its central eye and some of its organs. You kind of kick it off of the blade into the corner.
This one. Hey, you guys go help Cannon. I got this. And I will.
This one is going to fly about 20 feet. It is going to look at potential targets here. As it rotates around, launches and stares in the direction of New Lands. Cubbyhole corner there. It is going to fire off a red ray in the direction of you. You always gone. Classic.
Good time.
I just looked at the camera. I was
You
like,
can't attack him if he's
it's
not,
not
here.
there.
Yeah, the player
No, I think
character's
it's
not there, you
auto-
can't attack him.
Oh, I think it's an auto success
Shame
because he
him
ran.
for getting up.
Yeah.
Shame him.
Sorry.
Shame. Okay.
So-
need a wisdom
They
save
shot
from
at you.
Yeah.
He's attempting
no.
to fear
Yeah. Well, I added it, but it still didn't save me. So.
14 is going to be a success.
Oh, really?
Oh!
I did save you.
you.
I did.
Yeah.
There I was being pessimistic. Thank you very much.
All right, Katie, you're up.
All right, we are going to. I don't know if this thing's going to try an opportunity attack me, but that's if he does.
Oh. Yes,
Step that way.
indeed. Wait, don't. Stop moving. Let me get a grip.
Stop moving, I gotta catch you, stop! Stop!
All right, and then I am going to empower another tentacle strike. I have suddenly
You're just
lost
gonna
my-
drag this guy along.
Just gotta pull him towards you.
He's on a leash.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
17 hits,
Go
15
ahead.
points of force.
I'm going to step another step down. And we will do another amplified tentacle strike now on both of them.
Okay.
Buffy, great.
21 hits, you do 18 points of force. Next one is using the Bardic Inspiration. 17 will hit, you do 14 points of force.
I will pull them both to me.
1 second.
You are a terrifying
Ooh,
individual.
my goodness gracious. Okay.
In
You're
the name
gonna
of
pull
Paylor.
both?
And yeah, I was about to say the
Blessed
same
be.
thing.
Sweet juice.
Hasted
Blessed be thy
action,
payload! 29 hits, you do 18 points of force, and 23 hit, you do 12 points of force.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, we're just gonna let Kanan go his own way and fight from now on. Everybody else just stick together.
Alright, Pip,
That'll
you're
end
up.
his turn.
I know, right? That's why who needs a bar that can do damage when you have Donlin and Kanan? And you too, Jax, when you get your freaking thing.
21 will hit, you'll do 11 points of cold damage.
Ah. Now I'm gonna go back to my hole.
Alright. Wow, this creature being bounced by the tentacles looks down towards you, Kanan, and is going to fire a bright green ray at you. Prompts you for a dex save.
Oh.
17 is going to be a success. You take no damage from the disintegration ray as it splinters into the stone. You can see as it hits into the stairs of the platform and disintegrates some of that stone, but then the stone is quick to heal and rebuild itself. You're actually sitting inside of this thing, so I'm going to move it as you kind of bounce it a little bit due north. And it is going to fire off a turquoise beam at you. Prompts you for a con save. 19 is going to be a success against the paralysis. Ending turn. And this one, very badly injured this present state, is going to fire a blue beam at you. Prompts you for a con save. 15 is a success. You're going to have 35, and then you also have some resistances, so you're only going to take a meager 8 points of necrotic. So you see this flesh, right, hardening, extends in. The magical protection you have, it's just not enough. And now, at your level, I believe, Kanan, you do have the Cosmic Shroud, which is where that resistance is coming into play. That blackish energy embodies you now. Lance?
The blessings of Pillow.
Mm-hmm. Such a
Oh.
dark god.
Okay, well. I'm going to go for the one over by Kanan to his south.
All right, 20 will hit. You'll do 15 points of bludgeoning and thunder damage.
Okay, and I'll push him northwest.
These poor guys.
And then he ricochets north to the other one.
20 hits. You'll kill that one as you send Ricochet bouncing off of that one, splinters through and cracks into it. Just takes the blow, guts spew out, this desiccated guts out of its mouth, and then it just like falls to the ground.
Yeah, I realized I should have done that in reverse because now I technically don't get the other foe.
Should have went through
But-
the injury, yeah, the injured one.
Yeah, that was my
Yeah.
bad. I was thinking that ricochet shot wouldn't have killed him, but oh well. And then I have one here in front of me that's not so pleasant looking.
22
Wow.
is going to hit as well. 15 points of bludgeoning thunder damage. These unarmored
Okay.
creatures, they might have some thick flesh, but when you get the strikes on their large orbish frames, just ripping through them, so shockwaves once and twice as it comes through.
Most excellent. Move back around the wall and get some cover. And that's my turn.
In turn, we now come to you, Jax, and yeah, I'm getting errors all around from your cloak. So,
Yeah.
your turn.
All right.
we'll have to do it at the end of combat.
All right, Donlin said he has it, so I'm not going to worry about that guy. I know there was a dude over here, so I used 15 feet there. I'm going to, for flavor, or I can make a check, probably doesn't matter, move the remainder of my 15 feet here. I'd like to jump, like use the ledge that's there, and kind of jump and somersault over.
Okay. Sounds good to me.
And then I will use my bonus action to dash half of my movement there. I'm going to attack this guy.
Okay. 27 will hit, and you do 11 points of piercing and acid damage.
And then I'm going to use the remainder of my 20 feet to move. Man, it's probably going to hurt right over here. Then I'll end my turn.
All right, so mobile, I believe. You don't take an attack of opportunity there. You're able to come through the quick
Correct.
strike and then begin to retreat. Sightline-wise, you do have total cover from the one to your top left here. That black crystal is going to give you total cover.
Oh, okay.
Or it's just an amplifier, and anything it casts at you will be 3 times as powerful.
That's
It's
what I
gonna
was
become
saying.
it's gonna become a big cone
The
now.
beam
Yeah.
splits.
Yeah, I was a little worried about that part.
It's the disco ball of death.
23 will hit. Another 1 on the damage die. 6 points. The force as you bash it. A 2 on the roll here, but with Bardic Inspiration, that is going to hit. Dealing 6. Another 1 on the damage die.
It'd be like that.
Best ones on the damage die.
Pierce Switch with attack. 11 points of force damage. Able to come through and smash the direction of that creature.
I should do
Damn, your spiritual weapon almost did as much damage as you did.
Yeah.
Huh.
Alright.
Ooh, my goodness gracious. 31 comes through, crushing with that supernatural giant strength. 16, and that's going to finish off the creature. Dealing another 22 as you bash, cleaving into it, splitting it in two like an egg.
Hasted action dash.
Okay? Like Ant-Man, giant form, stomping across the ground. Super speed, too, with the haste.
Do I want to do anything with my bonus action? No. Okay.
Snarl.
Plan my turn.
Creature
Thought
looks
about
towards-
taunting it, but
Creature looks
Well, we
towards
know
you,
how that
Donlin.
goes.
As you come running forward, it's now attention pulled towards you, and it's going to send a bright green beam at you.
Oh no.
That's a 10.
Remember when
Even
you were
with-
telling me to roll a 1 earlier?
Even with haste at that advantage there, that is going to be a fail with the 10. You're going to take 41 points of force damage. This integration ray
that's
hits
fine.
you
I
into the
still have 100
shoulder,
health.
kind of dissolves some of your armor, and then kind of continues to move through as it gets into your actual shoulder there. Creature ends its turn. Kane, you're up next.
I don't quite know what else is going on in here, so I'm going to be a little bit conservative. Just hit him with a regular old tentacle strike.
That is a 14 that'll miss.
Real. Do it again.
23 hits, 15 points of force.
Hasted action one more time.
19 hits, 7 points of force. You come ripping once and twice, smacking it.
Filthy creature. That'll end his turn.
New turn, Pip, you're up next.
Okay, let's go ahead and just come up. And who's after me? Let's go ahead and just hit it. Let's mock it instead of ice.
Creature fails with a 3, takes 4 points of psychic damage.
Nice. And then I'm gonna go back to my hole.
Alright, Kanan, there is a dark red beam sent out at you. Success with a 14. And now we come to round 4. Lance, you're up next.
Okay. Let's see what we got here. Kanan's holding his own. Those 3 on that side are dead. You are not dead, sir. So I will target this one.
Okay. 22
22 for
hits.
11. I'm not going to bother moving it. And we'll do another one. Oof.
14 is not going to make the mark. You said another one kind of hits into one of its tentacles that's already ripped off its body and uses it almost as like a flare from your projectile.
Okay. Well, I will move back. And that will be my turn.
Ending turn, we now come to Jax. That is a 12, and that is going to miss.
You're
You're
muted.
muted, Dustin.
Damn, hit the wrong key there. I'll use my bonus action to go again with the
Okay.
dagger.
21 will hit.
Hey, oh my god, it actually got me for sneak attack.
Imagine the beauty. You'll deal 25 total points of sneak attack as you miss with a once, dropping the dagger to your offhand, coming for another upward strike, kind of in the underside of its orbish frame, pulling the blade towards you. Multiple of its desiccated organs begin to fall from its body, barely alive.
And then I'll use the remainder of my movement, which was half, to come hide behind the crystal again. These are yours.
All right, Claire.
Oh, unless Claire gets them first.
Yeah. Oh. Probably the. Oh my god.
Oh,
Natural.
Hey,
blood.
man.
Okay.
Second one coming in, 19. That is going to hit, and you'll do 12 points of force damage as you smash it into the statue. The left side kind of bounces off of it, whirling.
That's all sure.
All right, Donlin.
We're going to end this fight.
Barely alive, you choose to end 24 slashing as you crash down to this creature, takes it and blows apart slightly from the damage, and then you move your entire movement speed, hasted here while you have 5 feet left, coming to the next one for the next attack. 25 crushes, dealing 17, killing that one. That's the end of combat.
Appreciate
I helped you,
it.
Kanan.
I mean, I see that. It's multiplies. It hit me earlier.
Yeah, so did that one over there. It hit me. See this big chunk missing in my armor? I'm gonna fix that later.
Lance, you got any of those things you put on people to make them feel better?
Yes, I do. Let's see here.
Kind of hurt a little bit.
Just a little bit, it looks like.
Looks like we got one more set of stairs to go up here, guys, once Lance is done.
Right.
So-
let's make it.
He's going straight up this time, or we want to?
Do I have
I'm
to
not
heal that
going straight
myself?
up.
I think you have to manually add it, yeah, even if I target you.
Yep, easy enough.
Let's see. That takes 1 minute to apply. How much more time do we want to spend? So I have 4 more of those.
I'm good.
3 more of those.
I'm good.
I'm just gonna chug a healing potion.
Choke, choke, choke.
That's what I was gonna. I just didn't want to use all of them, so.
This is a fascinating room. We're gonna have to come back here.
Yeah, after we deal with whatever's upstairs. Bye.
Say, wait up a minute. Just go a little slower.
He's just gonna look in his pocket for Poe. He'll be used one day, little guy.
Okay. So static electricity entraced against the ceiling height as it's kind of vibrating and whirling down, energizing this place from this kind of blackish crystal. Don, paying no heed, charging forward up the steps, headed for the next adventure above.
We'll come back for that crystal, don't worry.
Yep.
This is group 9 after all.
Joke's
Oh,
on
me
you. You
too.
think we're living from whatever's up here.
No, true.
All right, make sure I get the marching order correct. Jax, I've just simply removed the cloak for now until we can kind of go through it and actually correct that.
Okay.
This room isn't creepy at all.
I mean, mood lighting, you know.
We good.
Let's go over the
There's
steps.
something
Another
valuable.
large, massive chamber here, more open, void of creatures in the alcoves. Statues still present themselves in similar design, giving that light, but there's a voidness of the pillars. The ceiling height here also is only about 17, 18 feet or so, and it has a domed-like fashion to it, which sits kind of slightly coming up, and then has these sort of geometrical kind of triangles that encapsulate multiple different pieces of that dome. On the north side is a statue of some sort of very regal elf, and it's holding a bowl of sorts with bluish crystals as it's kind of inside, which are more faint and aqua in color. And that is just billowing out constant water from that bowl. It's just kind of constantly spilling out of it, filling into a recess part of that protrusion of the tower, and then begins to follow and float, like kind of land and roll out of that. Now, Donlin, you're actually the only one able to see this at the present moment based on vision limitations. And so the description of that is really just for you, and of course the others to see that as they proceed up the steps. Now, to the south side of the chamber, there is two statues which resemble these very much like a regal-esque, like lion type figure. They have gaping open mouths, and then there is a rune etched into the floor, which kind of glows and moves in that two-dimensional pattern. It's very similar to those which are below. And then there are two obelisk-like structures, massive pieces of stone sitting in these pyramidal shapes, chained and anchored, but they're on the floor at current and almost just kind of in the way of this circling like rune as it's moving around, and it's not glowing or anything. Now there is a platform on the south side, and like a fingers as they kind of curl themselves, tendrils as they're kind of coming up, it embraces a central sort of mantle, and then inside seems to be almost just like an empty pedestal.
I don't see anything to kill.
That's a bad thing.
Mhm.
Better find it.
I'm gonna go to the glowy light thing because that's what Dom's gonna do.
I don't even see the growing. Oh, there it is.
There's so many things in this room. So many dangerous buttons.
Mm-hmm.
Can I do an arcane check on this to see if there's any magic or anything coming from it? Because it's glowing. Or can I see the source of the glowing, you said?
It is. It has the same sorts of yellow crystal veins that the pillars of this tower were showcasing at the levels below.
I'm going to do an arcane check to see what kind of magic was here, or if it's used for magic, or what, something like that. Can I see what it's used for?
Make an Arcana check if you wish.
It's actually just the indoor plumbing.
No,
Yeah,
that's
the
the bull
indoor
Jax is over there trying to steal.
Just looking. I don't know why everybody got to accuse Jax of stuff. Just looking.
At this point, the haste will wear off after the minute here, and then the giant smite will also wear off. So, we'll start with the Arcana check on the south side. It seems that there is an object that needs to fit into here that it does not have. You're staring into the kind of mantle as the fingers are kind of pulling themselves up, and then the pedestal there. And it seems it needs to fit almost something that would be geometrical in shape, and kind of have this almost like a pyramid-like object, similar to the stone structures to the left and to the right of you. Now, with Arcana check of 26, and based on the level that you were below, there seems to be quite a lot of mechanisms here that are magical and less that of tinkering. So more things that would be maybe turned on by magical means, and no gears, no winding, no cogs. And the function of these is very difficult to kind of surmise unless you were to interact with them. Based on the runes showcasing to you as constellations, like a planetarium sort, maybe charting that a little bit within your mind, if you come to some sort of a little bit of evidence to suggest that this might have some working to do with plane shifting, or perhaps coordinating the spaces of planes and traversing them.
Hey guys, if we turn this on, it's either going to take us to another plane, I think, or bring something here.
Well, wasn't there... We had some suspicion that this was related to the connection between the Feywild and here, so it's possible
Yeah,
you
we
would bring
believe
something
this.
from the Feywild?
Well, we believe these are anchored to the congruence in some fashion, although it does not currently point to the Feywild from what we've been able to ascertain.
Wow.
Destroy it. See what happens.
Maybe don't.
It's a building.
Do we want to
I'm
destroy
at
it?
the
Or...
runes. You're literally standing in front of runes.
Are these runes more symbolic in nature? Are they like a language? Is it writing?
Go ahead and make a religion check. Well, the rune that is there is almost a culmination of some of the stuff that was down below at that mid-level. And some of just looking at those kind of two-dimensional circles of the runes as they hovered above the ground, their red etches, they're kind of vibrating and moving around. This is almost the inactive version of that. And then there is specifically 3 spaces that are presented here. The center point is to you, and the way that it's described in the words of a Sylvan language, as the prime material plane of existence, this world as it sits in the center. And then there are 2 sorts of twin planes, mirror planes, that are on either side of it, left and to the right.
So we want to try to start this thing up, or just leave it alone?
Well,
Well,
I don't think we have the key, I suppose, that we need to put inside it.
I mean, it's got to be
There's
around here
about
somewhere,
lightning
right?
downstairs. Is it already on?
I think, from what I gather, something needs to be put in there, in the middle, to give it the juice.
or simply to be able to control it. It may even already be serving its purpose. There are 4 of these, though, so I don't know that simply turning it on or off is going to have the direct impact that we think it might without doing all 4 of them.
As everybody's over there doing that, I'd like to just take a look at the bowl to see if I can discern anything from it.
Okay. It's very obvious just by looking at it, the water is just pouring out of those crystals. It's almost like weeping them like tears as it's flowing out of them, and then the bowl's overfilling and then pouring down these small waterfall. Crashing of the water is very loud right here because it's kind of toppling through an open half wall railing with these sorts of little slits in the stonework, and they're kind of funneling over through that. And that's what's toppling down to the entry below. The elf that's depicted here is very regal and majestic, almost like a nurturing sort. You can go ahead and make a religion or an arcana check, depending on what information you're attempting to figure out, either more religiously or magically.
I don't think I know too much about religion and figuring the rest of this place with the constructs with Arcana. I'll just do Arcana. I'm not going to be able to get anything, though. I can already tell you.
You're able to figure out the crystals would be magical in the bowl. They do have some sense of magic as they're just crying out the water. You can't place why they're relevant to the structure or to that of the statue.
What happens if I touch one of the crystals?
Don't know how to answer that because of obvious reasons.
Are you touching the crystal?
Are
Yeah,
you,
yeah,
Are you,
I'll-
are
yeah.
you touching it?
Yeah, sorry, I should have phrased that differently. I'm going to touch one of the crystals.
You touch the crystal, and as you do, it is just dripping water. It kind of runs over your hand now at this point. The bowl is also a place you kind of have to reach up at your height, but it's not something that's unreachable. And they do have a slight coldness to them, not bitter, and since it's ice water by any means, but definitely a contrast to the humidity of the swamp here.
All right. Hey, guys, the crystals look magical over here. They're kind of crying water.
Can you pick one up?
Who would be dumb enough to touch one of those magical things? You go touch it.
Okay. Pip's gonna come over here, get to the bowl, use Mage Hand, and scoop one out.
Okay. The crystals are cemented into the actual bowl, the
Oh.
marbling of that statue, so it won't have any sort of effect unless it's chiseled off.
Oh. We're gonna have to break them off.
Why would you want to break it off? Are you trying to steal those crystals, Pip?
No, I'm just wondering if that's what starts this thing over here.
Why would they be cemented in if they? Never mind.
I don't know.
Are we breaking this place or not?
Ideally, no.
I think we probably need more information about this before we decide to break it or not, right?
I would imagine the solution is not as simple as breaking it. Plus, didn't the walls heal themselves earlier?
100% did.
I have
Yeah,
an
that's why I
idea.
was gonna break the chain.
If you guys want, I can sit here for my little ritual and get more information on what this thing actually is by touching it. And if you guys want to go loot around and do your things, it should
How
take
long do you need?
about 10 minutes, 11 minutes.
It's not a bad idea.
Yeah, sure. I'm sure Lance would be interested in some parts.
Yeah, I was gonna say it was the bits we took from the crystal creatures downstairs. Take a look at those.
So I'm going to lay my hand on it and start the identifier ritual.
Stay up
Okay.
there with Pip.
Claire, you're going to stay up?
Yep.
Okay. The rest of you are going to go down?
Yeah, I got nothing I can help with up here.
Guys, we summoned a demon.
Yeah.
I mean, it would not be the first time.
That is true as well.
True. Kaden literally did summon a demon.
That's pretty much in every session thing at this point.
That is a
Also true.
shocking exaggeration.
Okay, every other session at this point.
All right, so we're gonna pretty much leave everyone on this map because as you begin to work down the steps, and Pip, you're gonna place your hand upon it, and to use your ritual casting of identify. There is going to be a creature that begins to pull themselves away from the stone, as if they're kind of growing from it. And as they're growing from it, you're seeing the shadows begin to absorb into them, and they begin to build into a large, towering, black figure with wings. They hold a scythe in their hands, and it drips with this purplish cloud from the blade. It has a kind of a crook to the handle near where your handholds would be. And the figure just looks towards you as horns begin to glow from the head. And the deep voice emanates from it. What are you doing?
Sorry, didn't mean to disturb you. I'm just trying to figure out how this thing works and what it is so we don't do anything potentially disrespectful.
See as it flutters, moving slightly in shadow, the wings as it contorts and turns, comes directly towards you. See it motion for your hand to stop, as if it's to clear your hand off of the rock. Do you stop?
Yeah, just gonna be like, okay. Just kind of put his hand back.
You are a trespasser here.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that too. We're just, in the area.
No one comes in here. Nobody.
I mean, a lot of people have called me a nobody, so we can still track.
Quick with words, Silver Tongue.
Yeah, so sometimes it gets me in trouble, apparently, but, I do what I can.
You think you're in trouble now?
Not so much as in trouble, so much as, maybe disrespected you in a way, which was not the case, so I shouldn't be in trouble.
Do you not believe trespassing is disrespect?
Oh, we do. I'm sorry, we thought it was abandoned, just based on everything. We
The
tried
door was
knocking.
open.
Yeah.
The door being locked. You entering it, and it shutting behind you. The creatures you faced to get here. That meant nothing to you.
Well, we thought it was more of like cleansing it and helping the owner out, more so as, the other way around. Which, I'm sorry, if those are your friends, I'm sorry, I know what it's like. I lost all my friends too. So.
My title in this tower is that of Morsatra. At least I was, long ago.
It's a very nice name. I like that name. Very powerful
Oh, so
name.
you were friends with Sylvana?
It is the title I will give you. Not my name. The name of who I was is gone. Long gone. This is my tower.
And it is a very nice tower. I like this tower. It's very cool with the magic arcane stuff you got going on here.
Casting magic. An identify spell. I am familiar.
Of course you would be. Someone can create this great temple. Of course you know all types of magic.
Why don't you gather your friends?
Okay, hey guys. The owner wants to speak to us as a group.
Is this like a Karen summoning the managers?
Yes. I am in need of the black shirt. It's a white shirt. No.
No,
Like,
it's
one of the
charcoal
be-
gray.
Fucking best skits from the Dirt League, man. It's so good. There is lots of you. Many.
We
Who is
tend
the
to ride together.
strongest amongst you? Wonder.
Ooh.
Not
That's
me,
Strongest of
for
what?
sure.
That's tricky. In terms of what exactly?
How would you rate yourself? Strength. Stamina.
Strength?
Intelligence.
Stamina? Well, judging by those three, I'd think pretty low. Well, especially if other people judge me. So
I mean, if you're trying to have a one-on-one fight, then you may as well just look at me because I'm not letting the other ones die. So
Confidence. Interesting.
Oh no, he'd kick your ass.
I mean, to be fair, they didn't say anything about fighting. At least not yet.
well, he said strength. That's why I was curious. Because why else?
He is the very physically the strongest.
He might just
Maybe-
need somebody to move a couch or something.
yeah, we don't know what he means by strength. Or
Have you seen a couch?
exactly, maybe he wants
A
one.
lot of rocks.
It has
These
been a
crystals are
long
weird
time
furniture.
since I have heard comedy. You are humorous, fellow.
Things we try.
You are in a place Vasatra referred to as Forhana. All four of the towers that you have in this land that surrounds the Siltor. You will find the same design as here, and that of the mid-level known as Mohana. In the time before the darkness of shadow, this tower was breath of life. Many Ixians, magi, scholars, and scribes worked to decipher cosmos, the distance of planes, trajectory, travel. For it is this tower, as well as the other three, its purpose is to bring the Feywild into a precise space, the prime material. This, along with the three others, and the four in the Feywild, work together to move the planes of existence, one of which you call home.
Like, that's a loaded question or a loaded term. Home? You mean like home, their home, my home? It's a lot of homes.
The place that we'll stand in, I think, is his point.
The prime material, it is the plane of existence that you would call home, regardless of what world in that plane you are from.
But it no longer points to the Feywild, does it?
It does not. However, it does not point to anything. This tower has no purpose, no semblance of anything. There is a key. It is inscribed with magic to link to the sister tower in Feywild. It was taken from here. Regardless, it will do nothing until what has been done has been remedied. The congruence, naturally bridged in a time referred to as Selen Koma, and your calendar date the 7th of Nim. That is when the planes of existence perfectly align naturally, the congruence in the heart of Thixia, where the Satoric Citadel lie. The space will bridge between the planes of existence for you to freely travel. Bosatra were the designers, the engineers. I helped construct the tower that you stand in to work with the others, to bridge this congruence whenever necessary, so that Thixians could traverse between the two planes freely, and they no longer needed to be plagued by the monstrous creatures that lurked in the bogs of Thilka that surrounded the Autumn Vale. The Wood of Red was what this place was once, and now it is no longer. There is an ancient magic that has been used to change the congruence, polarize it, in a manner of speaking. It no longer points the congruence in space to the Feywild, It points to the opposite. The Shadowfell. There is another master now than the towers of Morsatra that bridge this congruence when needed.
So this tower does nothing as long as that modification is in play.
As long as the ancient magic prevails, that is correct. And I do not know if it will ever be fully corrected. A congruence is a scaffold of something far beyond period of creation. Has been predicted by creatures of great power that were born from the epicenter of creation to feast upon, travel. They are relics of their former self. We merely tap into their existence and use them. Whatever ancient magic was powerful enough to move a scaffolding of space and time might have been permanent, and there would be no remedy.
All we could do is try, right? It's kind of what we do.
What does this key that was taken look like?
It remedies the design of the tower, a piece of solid stone with accents of bevels, geometric pattern. You will find it like no other as it stands in a shelter of blackness, obsidian stone. Chiseled, it will grow back, just like the tower.
Okay, so we go find the key. Right?
Are do you know, are the other towers in the same condition that this one is?
All the Morsatra have been corrupted. We hear the voice of Orsiphus. Morsatra are beings of magic. We are born from a cycle that is inherent into the Feywild. Our abilities allow us to fight back the voice of the Mind Viper, the King of Dreams. I have been cursed to this weapon, holds the scythe. With it, it steals my memories, slowly, seconds of time, the 1,000 years that I have lived. It is a small pebble dropped into a vast ocean. For you, it would tear apart your memories. Oh, I'm out of water. I gotta take a break. I gotta be back.
Hydrate.
I'm gonna
Yeah,
die.
yeah.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Do what you got.
Was he telling me I can't have his scythe?
I was just gonna say, Donna, I don't think that's a scythe you want at this
I think
point.
you've been destroyed once already this week, perhaps.
Discombobulate.
So we're not gonna fight him.
Any reason to? Seems rather nice, actually.
It almost seems like he's asking us to kill him because he's cursed.
Exactly. You know, we could be doing him a favor.
Exactly.
mean,
yeah, we'll do him a favor.
Also,
Yeah, I
mercy murder.
I was gonna ask him if that was what he was hinting at, because like he was asking who the strongest was, and then he went off on this tangent of information. So it really does seem like he wants
that
us
was
to
the
murder.
important part. Like,
I don't think he was asking us to kill him, but rather maybe help him and the towers align again.
presumably,
him-
if we fix the congruence, he might go back to being whatever he was before.
That was my thought.
No more whispers, yeah?
But he's still
At the
cursed by
very
the
least.
scythe.
If you were to take this scythe,
Maybe.
it would take hours of your memories, 10 minutes of holding it. This is something you mortals cannot sustain.
Oh man, I've sustained time travel. I've been de-aged. I've
Yep.
had my soul ripped out of me. I don't know, man.
You're
Like
already
losing a couple
missing
hours with
memories.
the memories. Actually, I didn't lose any memories during that. My body is not what it was. I'm sad. You know how hard it is to get back 5 years of games?
Especially because you didn't lose them; they never happened.
To the Mosatra, it is believed that there are many times and their own planes in their own world. The Arch Mosatra, Siltoric, led us on this expedition of space and time. It was our cycle's purpose to leave the Feywild and escape the deities that made lesser, that wish to crumble us and destroy us. They are jealous, these deities, for we are born not from them. We are born from the deity of time, deity of order.
Didn't y'all tell me I
Oh,
gotta start praying to that guy? Out of order.
isn't that the thing that's? Oh, this is.
Okay, so since you brought it up, I guess I'll ask the glaring question here. Since you've been around for a while at this point, does the name Damodar mean anything to you?
No.
Doesn't he like lose his memory? He said.
I mean, he just gave us a long spiel
So think
about history and Archmage.
Rican, think about this for a second. If you were, you had thousands of years of memories and you were having some resistance to those memories being consumed. Imagine you start right, not necessarily at the beginning, you're starting maybe partially, but for them it's at the beginning, which is the very earliest of their memories. And those are taking seconds every so often, which is a little pebble in a giant ocean worth of stuff. So they are really not affected by the scythe that they're holding. But the curse is not just about the memories. You got to think about it bonding them to hearing the voice and commands and things. And this creature is kind of portraying that they have this resistance because they're using all of their magic and all of their power to fight it. So they have nothing left to offer. So they're just kind of enslaved here because they're just fighting back this from forcing them to do other things, which could be harm.
So, what if we did take the scythe and just throw it away from your possession? Like, just take it from you and then throw it.
I have long concluded that removing the scythe may yield its benefits, but there are risks. Without it, perhaps I will be destroyed. I do not know what magic would bore it, or what its intention. It could also simply return to my possession. The magic of the Mind Viper is tricky. It tends to be complicated. Their motions and their motives are that of the shadow and darkness, plaguing within the mind of your own thoughts. Perhaps I have been commanded to give this conversation to you, and I am only thinking that I am in control of it. Do not know.
Do you want me to try?
Try as you will. That is up to you, not up to me.
Okay, so Pip is gonna cast Mage Hand again and have it try to grab the scythe and pull it away.
Curiosity killed the cat.
Hey, that's why I'm not
And
touching it
lift the
directly.
scythe?
Or this nice gentleman just died.
Yeah,
He
or
said
you just
to
killed.
try. Yeah, well.
You made a wolf.
Or or you just blew up another world. I mean, you know.
This one does.
You blew up another world. It exploded.
Sounds about right.
So, created this loot pile for you just to represent the item, I suppose. You kind of pull it away from them. You can see they're like looking, almost kind of watching it as it kind of flutters with the mage hand out of their hand. They kind of grab their hand and just hold it, stare at it. There is no change. Nothing.
Do you think somebody has to take the curse on for you? Like passing it along?
I suspect it has to deal with something of that magnitude. I do not believe you all could take that.
Ooh, we can't, but it's all a matter of someone touching it. Hey, Poe, you want to try something that could
Oh
potentially
my god.
be damaging?
I am
I don't
curious.
think Poe can lift that.
I have yet to ask, why are you here?
That
Oh,
is
we're
a
the
question.
chosen ones.
Oh,
Well,
long
it's
story.
just, yeah.
We had hoped to rectify this situation with the congruence and had gained an understanding that these towers were some way connected, so thought we should check them out.
You are returning. Restore order. Amidst imbalance. The Chosen has been predicted by the Arch Morsatras Torah as being closely related to us. These fabled tales of your kind. Strangely, you have made your way here. Welcome home.
Thanks.
So I guess if this is not trespass,
Cutting out again.
You're cutting out again.
that technically, if this is home, then we're not trespassers anymore, right?
Accurate, sort of.
In a matter of speaking, I suppose you are correct.
Also, we were told we were immune to Orsivis's whatever nonsense, so like, I think we
Well,
actually might be able to help you.
Oh god.
Dang it.
we're immune to fog. I don't know that we're immune to cursed
You-
weapons.
Or say whatever this is.
I have yet to believe or see a reward for your risk. What does the scythe have to do with your reward?
Oh, I'm just a
Doesn't.
collector.
Plus, it helps
He-
you out.
He's just an idiot.
Which one, Kanan?
I believe one of them is genuinely trying to help them out of altruism. The other one is just trying to steal his weapon and doesn't care if it kills him.
So yeah, while this is happening, he's gonna ask Poe to touch it and see what happens. If he's willing to. He's gonna ask us if he wants to first.
Poe looks towards you. Black, beady eyes. You want me to touch it?
You want? I mean, just see what happens. I mean, if you do you not want to touch it?
I'm
Consent is
asking
key.
you if you want me to touch it.
Well, yeah, I want you to touch it. I want to see what happens. But you know, it's also your life, so
Flutters out of your pocket, begins to motion towards and touches it. How long am I supposed to touch it?
oh, so nothing's happening. You don't feel different?
No.
Oh,
Hey, guys.
well, he's a spy for Orsivis now, and he's not going to tell you.
That's better than being a world eater.
Those are not mutually exclusive.
We could have just empowered a world eater to be a spy for the bad guy.
Yeah, but then I get to kill Poe. You guys are not seeing the win here.
Okay, rude, Poe. Thank you.
And Poe stole your weapon, your new weapon.
I see that.
Well, I don't think Poe can pick it up. I think it's beyond his weight
Hmm.
limit.
Mr. Morsatra, if you're willing, I would be willing to try to see if I can handle. I mean, look, I there's the thing inside of me. It turned back time. Like maybe I can, avoid the whole issue.
And I think I figured out who the idiot is you were talking about now.
I think you might be onto something. When he said the thing inside him, I thought he was referring to stupidity.
The thing inside.
Yeah.
The thing inside. See as Satra looks towards you, Don. Do you often ramble?
Yeah, I do that quite a lot. I get told it's a bad thing, but I'm just speaking what's on my mind.
Would you
There's not a lot
enlighten
of
me
thoughts up here.
more about what you have inside of you that turns back time?
Oh yeah, so like what happened was we were hanging out with Sylvana, and she decided she was going to try to take apart my soul to see what we were made of. But in the process, these guys told me some blue and white lightning decided to shoot around and do things, and it destroyed the house. It de-aged me 5 years, and I think that was about it.
It
And
dissolved
Also
all
your
of your
stuff.
personal
Oh yeah,
belongings.
and it took away all of my goddamn magic items, which is why I want more weapons, because I lost a lot of good weapons that day.
Twas a massacre. Around the world, the great Smithies wept.
The message of the story was obviously, caution around unknown magical forces.
I mean, I'd identify it for us, but I can't touch it, potentially.
Unknown magical forces, unquenchable thirst for a druid lady. I'm just kidding.
Sylvana, Freljord, one of the best. Their nature was in battle, steel. They lacked a nurturing soul when they were birthed from the cycle. If you wish to take it, you can. I will not stop you, but I will warn you. Power that you wield inside of you to wreak that havoc. It is not to be trifled with.
Okay, so here's the plan. If you want to pick it up, you pick it up. I'll cast Mage Hand. If it's bad, I'll quickly grab it with Mage Hand and give it back to him.
I would just like to, in the interest of sanity, you've been on a personal mission to rectify your situation with Thrym, and you are now about to embark on adopting a weapon that is the prime symbology of another lesser deity, which I would assume, if I was a follower of Thrym, would be an affront to his entire mythos. But granted, he is not the deity that I patronize, but it's words to consider.
But wouldn't it be really me overpowering this other deity because of the power of Thrym?
Assuming you win, and isn't Thrym mad at you right now?
Yeah, that's why I got to show him I got strong will.
It sounds to me like you're rationalizing the side piece, is all I'm saying.
Rationalizing the side piece.
Look, man, just because there's a goalie doesn't mean you can't. That's all I'm saying. Okay?
And Pip, as far as your Mage Hand idea goes, I got a feeling that once Donlin gets a hold of this, he's not letting go until either it's with him or he's dead. I don't think your Mage Hand is taking it away from him.
All right. Wait, we can meet in the middle, okay, guys? Here's what we do. You can keep the scythe, but if it's still here when we close the congruence, then I'm going to take it so that way you can go back to normal. Yeah?
You're
Think
making
about
a
that.
deal.
I'm in the middle.
Device.
Who are you talking? You talking to me?
I'm talking to everyone, so yeah, you're kind of included in that because, like, it's your life. So, like, do you trust us to go fix the congruence? I mean, like, that's really the ultimate.
It does not matter if I trust you or not. You are the only mortals that I saw come into my tower after the darkness and shadow that weren't undead. I haven't set eyes on the likes of you for hundreds of years.
So, Don, that kind of goes to your point. He's not going anywhere. Second question I had, or third or fourth for the group. But anyway, there's 3 other towers here on our side in the prime material. How do we avoid the sentry guards and the fighting in those towers? Is there a way, since we are the Chosen?
Creatures that you faced were commanded to be here. They are Psylocke turned undead, marched from somewhere else, commanded by the voice of Krugash.
I'm still debating on this site, though. You think if I just touch it and don't pick it up, I can identify it?
The Crystalla,
No, we already made the deal. Coming back later.
the red crystal constructs that you faced, I will ensure that they will not challenge you in a fight. I cannot tell you for the other Mosatra that lie in their towers if they will do the same. I possess an emblem key that will give you access to the towers, which will allow you to traverse between them if that is what you wish. You will need it to get out of this tower now.
Well, then, yes, that would be helpful, I suppose.
Yeah, well, absolutely.
To the other point, based on what we've learned here, we don't really have any use for the other towers until we solve the congruence problem. Presumably, Krugash won't be a problem anymore.
Yes, I just think at some point we'll probably need to go to them. Maybe not. Maybe I'm wrong.
Well, no, I mean, I think you might be correct. Once we've solved that problem, we probably need to come back.
I mean, does it hurt to have the key anyway?
Well, no, we need the key anyway. We can't even get out without it.
Yeah, so.
Mosatra,
Lance should probably hold on to the key.
Are you born of this plane, or did you come from the Feywild?
I am born from the Feywild. There is a spherical ball of energy. It is the similar color, the blue and the white light. It lies in the autumn vale, the center of Thixia. It is what the Mosatra call. As he takes a deep breath in, so I don't cough in your face. Siren. It was designed by many Mosatra cycles ago to be a mimic of the epicenter of creation.
What made you want to leave your home, be a guardian here?
The Arch Mosatra Siltork, born first of our cycle, is the leader of our people. They are the ones who is reached with prophecy. When they were told they would find shelter and home in the prime material plane, it was their sole mission, as was it ours in the commands, to learn more about time and space, to bring Thixians here, and to bridge the congruence. And our knowledge that we collect, it is sent back to the cycle. So that way, when we are reincarnated, the knowledge is transferred between the old and the new. I believe that the knowledge that I possess, in the fog of shadow, darkness, created by Orsiphus in the Shadowfell, will stop this from happening. That all the knowledge that I have gained for thousands of years of my existence will be for naught, and that is truly the greatest tragedy.
If it were possible to leave here, would you?
I believe I would.
Well, let's go get this guy free, shall we, guys?
Hold on.
I got one more question for you. Oh, you got a question? You go first.
Nope. You should probably ask all your questions first.
Damn, out of character. I know what you're gonna do now. Anyway, in character. So like, Orsiphus seems to be the bad guy here. You've been alive for like all these years. How do you kill a god?
The very earliest of Morsatra, they battled with a lesser deity, clung to that plane of existence. They were unable. The vast knowledge that I have, you must find a weakness. Orsiphus plagues on the dreams and the minds of those around them. It is what strengthens them. It is what fuels them. If you are able to rob the god of the minds that they leech, then they would be weakened enough to perhaps slay.
All right.
There is only one entity in existence that the Morsatra Noel was capable of defeating gods. It is what the gods proclaimed as the Devourer. Timeless entity.
What is that?
In the voidness of space. You do not know where it lies or what it is. Long ago, Phyxians were met by a people from a place called Felgum. They called a home to the Isle of the Blessed, and they spoke to have vast knowledge of the space and time that we so sought. We shared information. There was an entity on the Isle of the Blessed that they studied, learned from its waters. They called it the Old One. It had vast knowledge and experience. The Felgum, if they are still alive, the collections of their knowledge to be found, or perhaps a connection to this Old One. You may be able to reach them and ask them.
Does anyone know how to get there?
Well, if it's an island, probably a boat. But I'm
Yeah.
just speculating.
Oh, we're going
I think
on
we
another
have some
boat.
unfinished business here first before we try to go there.
So that's
Well, yeah, I'm just trying to plan the order of operations here.
Well, first we gotta kill the dragon. I think that's our first to-do list, right?
Near
Yes.
term order of operations is
Dragon,
murky.
Pillar of Light.
Ruin.
Go
Yeah.
find this old one so I can find out how to kill the god. Kill the god and return this guy to his rightful place. And then maybe get a new scythe out of it.
You have quite the adventure ahead of you. I will tell you that in exchange for the Felgen to give us this information, we gave them the orbs that we embody with our magic, and what you will find at the Crystallic Golems. Perhaps you will find more in Felgen. They are able to make more of them. But for now, I have none left. No magic to give you. The ones you have, I would keep them safe. Perhaps you will find purpose with them.
Well, that's good to know.
Mm-hmm.
I
You see
suppose we
his-
should let this gentleman take a rest.
Kind of pull from themselves that key, right, in that kind of geometrical pattern as they describe the same kind of thing that would be placed to the center point of that door. They kind of pull it out from the shadow. It's very simple, just this piece of obsidian kind of stone, the backplating of this cold iron metal, and it has the twisting tendrils of corruption through the stone and the metal, as if this too has been changed.
Lance, how much of that healing salve do you have? I'm starting to suspect we just need to slather this entire region with it.
I mean, I'm not sure how much good it will do, but I have 3 more. If you want me to try one.
Oh, no. I was more talking about carpet bombing the marshes with it.
That's going to take a hell of a lot more than you can pay me to do.
That's
Killing the
fair.
god sounds easier. I'm just saying.
I mean, be
Say that.
entertaining for certain.
That is a task that would prevent me from retiring before my life ends.
Probably.
Well,
All right.
oh, Faith, I'm sorry, I forgot you had more.
Everyone here done with Morsatra?
I suppose so. Don't forget to grab the key, somebody.
I thought Lance was getting it because, the bully of the party said he was.
Fine.
When am I a bully? I have been protecting everyone. You were a jerk.
All right then. I'll step up. Just kind of is. All right. Want you to remember home. Remember the responsibility, people, and remember who you are to attempt to cast banishment.
Okay. Gonna banish this creature. Are you gonna present that you're casting banishment, or is it more like a secret kind of thing you're doing?
Yeah, no, she's like making it known that this will send you.
So you kind of reach out. A banishment.
Yeah, like
You say, look, as you're invoking the spell. This means I will not be here long. You can try. I will allow you.
Try.
Okay.
If it makes a difference, we'll heighten it.
Casting a normal level banishment spell here as you're kind of begin to set out. And see you touch them through the shadows, almost leeching itself out. Begins to kind of wrap its shadowy tendrils in almost retaliation, similar to like a venom would, you know, in terms of like kind of this sprawling, right, symbiote type thing. It's not really that of Rasatra. And through that, you can see that they themselves present as a very regal Eladrin wizard, perhaps, in the shadows. And so it's almost like a body that has a symbiote around it in a way. It's almost just kind of there, the stasis-like state. And as you finish casting the banishment, choosing to fail, they no longer are here.
Nobody punch Claire for at least 10 minutes.
Give it a minute.
Or 1 minute, or whatever.
Fair enough.
Hold on. Is this a good thing for the tower here?
What do you mean?
Doesn't it like lose its protection now?
That
Like,
yeah.
It wasn't doing anything anyway.
What was it being protected? Like, did you not see all the monsters we fought getting here? What's it being
Well,
protected
yeah.
from?
But now the issue is you can't redo the scaffolding to the thing because there was 4 of them and now there's 3 of them.
Well, he seemed to indicate that all we needed was the key,
Yeah.
which he didn't have anyway.
We'll
Is
find
the
out.
scythe still on the ground?
Yep.
Oh my god. Here we go.
Yoink!
I will, darling. I'll attempt to touch it and identify it.
Nope. I'm already picking it up.
Oh god.
Minute passes by,
DM
and
beta's
the
there.
yellow crystals of the fingers die in light.
Yeah, I told you killed the tower.
Well, if this tower is part of both for making everybody go mad, so be it.
I'm gonna take out a dagger and
Stab
on
Donlin.
this and the stone below me. I'm gonna yeah. I want the scythe. It's mine. And I'm gonna hit these stairs that I'm standing on with the dagger, trying to mark it up and see if it heals.
Break a obsidian, right? So you're just kind of crashing on it with the dagger, and it just chunks off. It doesn't heal. It's just breaking the stone off.
Oh boy, I don't think this is good.
Need everyone to roll perceptions.
Okay.
Of course.
Dang, I got the lowest, and I have.
God
+8.
damn them rolls.
You did
So
not get the
perception
lowest. I
here,
rolled a nat one.
Jax, with a natural 1. No help is going to come to you at this present moment, I suppose. Let me see real quick on your character sheet, though. You are absolutely clueless as you're chucking away at the stone here of the stairs. The rest of you are beginning to hear large movements that are kind of almost like a wind is hitting the tower. And this tower is massive, so for a wind to be able to hit it and move, it's really strange. And then Donlin, your glaive is beginning to ring, warning you of an impending danger. That's where we're going to take a break.
Okay.
Oh man, I think I'm punching Claire.
How many pieces of stone we got?
I mean, she could just end it herself, you know?
We're watching the stream. Thanks so
No,
much. Really
he
appreciate
said
it.
the minute has passed.
We're going to go ahead and take a break really fast here, 10 minutes or so. So we'll come back at about 7:23 p.m. PST. Thanks so much, and we'll see you in a bit. Bye. All right, welcome back. Thanks so much for rejoining us here for session 40 as we get going with this movement of the tower and the ring of your glaive. And now you have cracking sound into the stone of the tower. Something lands on it. And all you hear is a voice that echoes, coming from the north of the opening of that protrusion of the tower. You shouldn't have touched the scythe. It's the voice of Grugash Boone.
So it's your fault.
I smell you in there. The stench of you. Far more rotten bile than this grandeur swamp. I can easily
you
crush
insulted?
this on top of you, and you will cease to exist under piles of tons of rubble.
Really
You have
mean
a
to
choice.
not like this guy.
To make. And this is up to you, Bearer of the Black Stone. You'll hail to the north side of Crepple Lake, due east of Thixia. There is a small, ruined rock of a fortress. Some of my undead have captured Salinar, that we interrogate. You will bring the Black Stone. Give it to me.
Oh, I will certainly give it to you. Just for clarification, did you say north side of the lake or south side of the lake?
XCOM, give it to you.
North of the lake. Black rock. Towering. Not as grand as this tower, no. Small section of rock. The undead that
Honesty, I
linger
like
there
that.
are thick. They will mean you no harm as you press forward. I do not fear you. Do know that your lives have been spared by Grugash, the Conqueror. And for this, you will bring that stone. I will expect you. In 3 days' time. 3 of these days. Good
I
luck.
was about to ask that question.
So by these days, he means March days?
I think so.
What, 9 real days? Or is that 1 real day? Some
Rubble
division of
begins
3,
I
to
right?
suppose.
Shuck down, pieces of stone begin to topple down. You have to move out of the way as some of them crash. And then the tower begins to move slightly. Then nothing at all. Glaive reduces its ring to no sound.
Yeah, bitch, you better recognize Group 9 saved your life.
The Brismasters.
Dragon.
Where's
Masters?
That might actually stick.
It's sticking with me. I like it a lot, but it's all up to you
I think
guys.
the only one we have to convince is Adam. He's the only one that
Yeah.
bats his eyes every time we say it.
I think it's because Adam, you play such a serious character, and you play such a you're very. I mean, the fact that you would have to do that in character, I think you just. It seems to me that that's
It
such
would
a
be an
surmountable,
entertaining challenge. Yeah.
yeah, unsurmountable obstacle, perhaps.
You can see him talking to his Halor friends. Yeah, I'm with the Riz Masters now.
They play the music at the service. They're a very progressive pillow band.
Oh man. Well,
Well, I have to admit, out of all the dumb shit I expected to happen from you touching the scythe, the dragon showing up was not one of the things that was on my list. At least not at the top.
Nothing else has happened since I touched it, right? Like, I don't feel weird.
How long have you been touching it?
Alright, cool. I mean, while the dragon was talking.
Yeah, I put it at about maybe 6 or 7 minutes right now.
Yeah.
Nothing's happened.
Oh, you look a little taller for sure.
Cool. I'm taking the scythe.
Where were you born?
That shit's just going on the back. Huh? I don't even know where I was born exists on this world. That's a trick question.
So I guess we know where to find the dragon now, at least, right?
yeah, that's a good point.
Well, we know where he'll be in 3 days anyway. I doubt that's where he stays.
Well, we still need to be able to kill him. I don't think the stone is strong enough yet.
Right. Should we continue to Muklux?
I suppose
Frog
so.
people.
Yeah, I don't really care if we get to Grugash in the time frame that Grugash says to get to Grugash.
Oh, I don't either.
I feel like if we
So-
don't get there in time, he's gonna come find us anyway. So like,
Probably.
That might be the better option.
He has a hard time finding us. If somebody hadn't touched the damn cursed weapon, he wouldn't have found us this time. Which you are now carrying on your back like a giant fucking locator beacon.
So can we point out that you guys can stop giving me shit for bringing the dragon to me the one time? Okay, we're even now.
No.
we put the scythe in the bag of holding until we kill the dragon.
That's probably a good idea, yeah.
I was gonna say if
As long as I get to keep the scythe, I don't really care. I'm just,
if you got thrown in jail for stealing
Right.
and he got thrown in jail for stealing, we have two dumbasses that were thrown in jail for stealing. It doesn't make it any better.
His logic
Got thrown in
is
jail
so
for stealing.
sound. Well, it was an example. He was talking about dumbasses being equally dumbass.
Oh,
Well,
I thought you were talking about my unfortunate run into
No.
Commander.
I just it was a recurring theme. I thought it would just help the analogy stick.
Whose
I-
bag of holding am I sticking this in?
Pip's gonna hold out his.
I'm gonna stick it in the bag of holding.
That scythe is gone. It belongs to Pip now.
Pip is
No,
definitely
it
gonna.
doesn't.
He's gonna put it in his tiny hut and then identify it at least to see what it does. But he is not gonna steal it.
Well, we have some travel ahead of us. I say we get moving.
Those
Yeah.
else. We know the tower doesn't work.
Oh,
And
did we spend a little time harvesting anything here? Or since they were dead anyway, does it not matter, Lance?
I think we got the
mean-
important thing out of the golems, right? You know what I just said?
We got the golems. We was talking about the undead. Which, I mean, they may have some valuable components, but frankly, if we're pushed for time, how much daytime do we have left?
technically, it's early in the morning, I think.
Just feels like it's been longer than it has been. If we have the time, that's fine. But if we need to keep pushing on, undead, I'm sure there'll be plenty more powerful undead I can scavenge some goods from.
When OOC, when did we leave the other place, making our way to the tower?
I think we stayed the night and started going like first thing in the morning after.
Yeah, that's what I thought too. So we should
Yeah.
we should maybe consider taking a rest here then.
I just didn't know how long it had been since between when we left and when we got here, whether it was like an hour, 5 hours.
So it is suggested that you had 14 days that surpassed in the space of days where you're outside. So like 14 days outside with the normal time have surpassed, and then a singular day perhaps of that time has been undertaken just in the actual marsh. So you don't know where you're at in the day-night cycle yet, right? You just know that you've had a day of where it transitioned to that darkness, which would suggest, right, to you all that you're in for at least 2 more days, if it's if it's 3 to 1, which was what something that was spoken about to you all.
Were
So
those-
do we push on, or do we rest here?
It's 3 in the morning. I think we should at least get a nap.
The clock
Is-
has no relevance right now, so if you're looking
That's
at
what
the
I
clock,
thought.
that clock
Oh,
does
okay.
not mean anything.
That's what I
Oh,
was.
what?
Yeah, that's-
Well, if we're not tired, we should just keep moving then.
That was my thought. Well, again, the idea was how much time did you want to spend harvesting these undead?
That's up
Well-
to you. I don't care.
Are those the things, the glowing gem thing? Are they?
We got
able
those
to
already.
just-
We got those.
We did.
Yeah,
I'm strictly talking about the undead we just killed on floor 2.
yeah.
I
Oh,
don't know that we need them. There's more undead in the marsh to kill if we want.
That
undead.
was my thought. Yes, I think
I
we're
was just
fine.
wondering if you wanted any of the eyes and chopped off.
No.
Okay.
Thank you for your concern. But no,
Hey, I'm here
Thank
for you,
your
man.
concern for science.
appreciate it.
All right, so I guess we push on.
Well,
on to
thankfully,
the next.
thankfully, science has no shortage of eyeballs. Depending on how close you are to a prison.
Pressing on.
Indeed.
Onwards.
All right, so we're going to go ahead and shift over here. Just kind of moving you over to give a visual representation. You're going to be crossing another waterway here. Again, very shallow in its water as you're kind of stepping through the stream. Blackness of the ground kind of pulling itself into the stream here. And then you're going into a slight wooded area that's going to mimic the opposite side, the east side there, where you've came from the south side of the Altar of Flowers, right? So it has the uprooted type, like kind of mangrovey roots. But all of a sudden, it's beginning to transition as you get to the edge of that wood line. It's beginning to transition to quite a marshy pit. So you're going into like ankle deep water. Sometimes you might splash even to the knee deep, and you're kind of crushing through, and it's very difficult terrain. And so at this point, you're kind of wondering some things, and it's the darkest of night. But as you're wondering these things and you're kind of moving through, your perceptions, some of you with your passives here, are quite high. I think we have an 18 from Lance and a 23 from Pip. So both of you with your passive
26.
perceptions, as well as Jax with the 26, you both, Lance and Pip, are going to see the shadows moving every so often of creatures that are small size, and then you all hear the sounds of croaking, and then you, Jax, particularly with the 26, are able to see 2 beady eyes every so often emerge from the murkness of the water, and they kind of stare, they look in the direction of your party, and then they drop back down into the water. So you're seeing the creatures, you can hear them as a whole party. And the croaking here of the frogs is a lot.
So as quietly as I can, I'll start passing around to everybody.
Well,
They
before-
appear to be following us.
because I know we didn't do this, but with the bond, because I had said I wanted to keep the ritual going. Do we still have that? Because I know y'all didn't mention it last game, because obviously I wasn't here. But would that still be
Oh,
going?
the telepathic.
Mm-hmm.
It's up to you. If you want to, as I had said with the telepathic bond, if you want me to interpret you're continuously doing it, then that's fine.
Yeah, I think I would continuously use it every chance we have a little 10-minute
Yeah.
break to set
I'm
it
not-
up.
I'm not going to prompt you every hour, if
Oh,
you
no,
wanna
no,
do
no.
that,
I just
so.
wanted to just clarify since I did skip a whole game and
Okay.
it's been like 2 weeks to.
Yeah, no.
All right,
and
well, if
so,
it's up, then. Sorry.
no, go ahead.
I was gonna say if it's up, then telepathically, I'll try to the whole group. I don't think there's any reason to be alarmed right now, but I do believe the frog folk are following us, keeping an eye on us right now.
Oh dear, whatever will we do?
Who has the trinkets?
I do. I had the.
Polished some
The ball
things or
bearings.
something?
Yeah, I didn't really. I don't think I actually had a chance to do anything with the ball bearings, so they're just as is.
They'll love them. It's like studs on an armor.
Yeah, unless we were to retcon like during the night, we slept. But
It's entirely up to you if you want to retcon that you do a small craft for an hour to make something a little bit nicer with them. It's up to you.
I was gonna say he had some. He was suspicious that plain old ball bearings wouldn't work. He offered originally copper coins, but he has some, I think, powdered silver. I think he maybe would try to set up like a small electroplating station to plate the ball bearings with that powdered silver.
Oh man.
Okay. Are you proficient
Just-
with Tinker's tools?
No, I have the alchemist supplies and no tinkers.
All right, go ahead and make an alchemist check. So roll your tools there for the alchemy.
Yep, and let me get the one with the alchemist expertise.
Yeah, they're looking pretty fly. As far as you can tell, man, you're getting them nicely plated with the silver, looking shiny. Polish them off a little bit. A
Yeah.
pure alchemist, if I've ever seen one. You're able to collect a number of them here, putting them into a pouch, separate away from your other ball bearings, in preparation of offering them as trinkets. You now are at this point where you are not being prompted, or none of these bullywugs are emerging themselves. So they're all just kind of popping out every so often. The croaks are lingering in the darkness. The fog rolls through. The sight lines are limited, so remember you can only see so many feet in front of you. And that would make almost a sense of the fact that the frogs are within even 30 feet of you right now in the actual water. But they're hiding in the limbs and the roots of the trees. You're in also knee-deep water as you trudge. And so you're kind of in a sense that they're just like kind of around you, maybe underneath you.
I have an idea. Can any of you make some light, like a magical light specifically?
Yeah.
I mean,
Light
how
cantrip?
bright?
Yep.
Okay, what? He's gonna take some of those silver ball bearings, put them in one of his glass vials from his poisons, and say, cast the light cantrip on one of these. He'll drop it in there, and I'm hoping with like the light and how polished they are, it'll be like a disco ball of shinies. I wanted that illumination so that it actually appears to be glowing and sparkling from within the glass.
Nice, super smart. So yeah, you get it glowing, begins to shine. The croaking still occurs, and then almost immediately as the light is cast and the shiny begins to reflect, large toads emerge from the mud, pulling themselves outwards of the ground. On top of them are several bullywugs wearing hide armor comprised of fish scale or lizard folk hide. They have spears in their hands. Some of them have nets or fish baskets, and they're kind of clinging to these small hide saddles that are mounted to the toads. Then there is a number of them that are not riding toads, and as they begin to emerge, you're counting over 6 to 7 dozen within the realm of your 30 to 40 feet, now pressed to probably about 50 to 60 feet sight lines. That's how many bullywugs are all around you right now as they're beginning to pull themselves. One of which is like kind of closer to you, Lance, on top of the toad's head. It is a opaque green teal-like flesh and it's spotted as well. It's hold its spear out towards, and as it looks, kind of stares at you. Croak, croak.
Does anybody speak frog?
I can hear it. What's he saying?
Shiny, give it.
He's just gonna telepathically say he wants your He wants the light.
Right. He'll uncork the bottle, take out one of the ball bearings, and give it to him very slowly. See how he responds.
See as it takes it. Holds it out. Sees the rest of the frogs are just locking eyes with it in the hands. Croak, croak, croak. Opens its large mouth, billowing its gullet. Stashes it in, closes
Oh,
it.
that's a choking hazard.
That's a true bag of holding right there.
Man, I feel that.
You see as it pulls down from the head and begins to motion with its hands for you to mount the toad.
What did it say specifically?
Oh.
King
I don't know
Muck
what it said.
wants more shinies. Come with me to Muckluck.
I'm just gonna tell him. He wants more shinies. Wants us to go with him to Muckluck.
All right.
That was our destination, I guess, such as
Yeah.
it is.
I assume we need to hand out a couple more in order to pay our fare. I doubt we'll all fit on one toad, correct?
That's correct. Only Lance, you've been offered onto the toad. The rest haven't.
Well, here, let's see. Take a couple more, the ball bearings out. I'll give each of you one so that you can, try to pay your own toll. But he's gonna get on the one toad.
Just a question, because I meant, are the wolves not with us?
I thought they had been.
It's entirely up to you. I'm just kind of saying that they're with you at this point. They're kind of trudging through this at this stage. The frog creatures are staring at you. They're suspicious, but they don't seem to be remotely afraid as you'd suspect. There is a great number of them, and they function off of that number. And also, you're doing something that they're watching. Some of you have pretty good decent passives here for insight. You're able to see that they're almost looking at your breath sounds. So they're all interpreting you as you're moving your chests and breathing. And the wolves do the same thing. They stay still breathing.
I mean, I'd stay on my wolf, but I'd follow them. Not leaving Isgog to walk in the mug.
Yeah,
Not me.
I think I would probably actually stick with Brunda then if they were with us.
I will remind the party as described, this land is going to be in water. So they operate a territory that has depth of water that the undead cannot traverse. This is what was told, was that the reason why these people live in such safety away from the undead is because they, number one, they have a massive amount of numbers, but number two, they actually live in the water and their land is submerged.
That's a good point. Okay, so never mind. I will take I'll bamf Brunda into the ethereal plane or wherever they go, and take the toad ride and pass out the ball bearings for the others to pay their fare.
Yeah.
Tell Todd Zug to go have fun hunting.
Isgog will
so
say,
depressed about that.
Hmm?
You sounded so depressed about that.
Man, look, I didn't get my scythe. I don't get my wolf. It's fun.
Pip is just gonna
But now
tell
you
us.
have a new frog best friend.
Ooh, yeah. And so he'll die, right?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, sure. I'll hand the ball bearing to a dude with a frog by me that looks like he can take me to the same place.
Okay. These large toads can be mounted by two of you at the stage. They're small, so they can have about four or so. You're able to kind of get onto a toad as you hand one to another bullywug. They put it in their mouth. They kind of grab you and begin to pull you onto the toad.
Off we go.
Take me to your leader, I suppose.
See, as you mount onto the toads, you remove your wolves, so you're sending your wolves to kind of maintain this little wood region, perhaps go hunting. Wolves are able to sustain themselves, but probably keeping them together and having them stealth is what I would imagine you're doing a little bit, not to cause too much trouble. Not to say Todd Zug won't be able to find some sort of alcoholic source here. I don't know. Who knows? We'll see.
he
Found a-
manages to find alcohol here, I'm
Found
gonna
a
be
barrel of
impressed.
rum stashed in the root of this tree. No, so you get onto the frogs and you begin to press further here, and you're going to be continuing into the Mukluk territory. And this is going to take a large amount of time because you're actually going to be going pretty much to the heart of here. So you're traversing a number of miles. This will be hours of traversing on the large toads. All the while, the activity around you is quite striking. There is a movement of air through here that the fog is very sparse. So away from the trees and the crest of the wind as it comes from the northern mountains here, it's kind of rolling through, and that pushes some of the fog in this little corner. And so your sightlines are pretty good. They have little stilted huts every so often on patches of mud that sit about 4 feet high. And you notice there's no doors on these little huts. They seem to be kind of in the reeds of some tall grass every so often, or these barge-like docks made of rickety planked wood that they've kind of cored down and lashed together. They fish with nets, and then they might catch those nets, kind of pull them up, and then they dive back down into the water. And you can see through the shadow light of some fires in those huts that they're actually like diving into the water and emerging up. So they're kind of going up and down and then up, right? And so for the quick hours, you're more than welcome to take a short rest here. Does anybody want to do that? I can prompt that if you wish.
Yeah.
I don't
Probably
I think I'm
would.
good.
Yeah, I don't think I get anything for that.
As you say,
I
if
don't
you,
get anything.
I could go ahead and spend my other 3 poultices for anybody who is still hurt, and then recharge those with a short rest. So that's the only thing that I can think
I
of.
mean, I'm down 5 hit points. I don't really know if that's worth it or not, but
I mean,
I'll
if you
let
take a
you
short
guys
rest
Take a
anyway,
short rest
you're-
and do the hit die roll.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah,
yeah.
I'll go ahead.
We're
I'll go ahead and prompt it then.
Okay. Who is actually hurt? Because I could go ahead and use those poultices. They're going to recharge on a short rest anyway.
I just rolled a hit dice for it. I'm good. I was so
That's
close.
That's fine.
Sorry.
All good.
Like literally 5. I was just 5 points. So
Let's see.
not gonna lie, that Helm of Translation, man, worth every penny.
Mm-hmm.
So after a number of hours of traversing into the frog land here, you don't really have a semblance of any sort of order. It's just lodged of these small little things. Eventually, there is a larger hut, and those will be in magnitude. So there's going to be multiple of those larger huts on large things of mud. They will have openings, and inside they have like kind of fish that are hanging from some of those core wood that they've kind of used as rafters. The fish are hanging to dry. They might have some small little poolside tables in the water there, and they're drinking this cupped white liquid from pitchers and some of the barrels that they kind of create. They're kind of fermenting things, and they're working, and there's a whole ecosystem here. But you're continuing to move through, ignoring all of this, and eventually you just reach a part of the submerged area, and you see as a lot of the bullywog jump off of the toads, and then one begins to emerge, and another one begins to emerge, and another one begins to emerge, and as they turn around, they look towards you all. They begin to point towards the large toads. The large toads open their mouth. Pip, this bullywog is telling you to get inside of the toad's mouth.
What?
They want us in the toad's mouth.
Pardon?
Croak!
Why?
Croak, croak, croak!
Trying to eat us?
Seems a little psychotic.
It's a lot easier to kill something from the inside if we have to. I'm just
King
saying.
Muck, we go!
Yeah, we need to go in if we want to see King Muck.
The king is inside the toad.
I think the big toad's gonna.
Carry
You
us.
guys-
Probably underwater. And the toad is going to take us to it. But we can't.
Yeah, screw it. I've done worse.
I-
He's just gonna jump into the toad's mouth.
Yeah,
Let's jump
Donlin
into
will
the toad's
get in
mouth.
The toad's
The
mouth.
toad's mouth closes down and then dives down into the water. Donlin, you get into another toad's mouth, it closes and then just dives down into the water.
Do they
Donlin is like bite size for those guys, isn't he? All right.
Are either of them capable of breathing underwater and I just wasn't aware of it?
I'm wondering if there's not like an air bubble down there.
Could be. I hope so.
But
Be
to
a
get-
big bubble.
Yeah, to get to it though, I'm guessing underwater's the only way.
I mean,
Maybe we
Yeah.
wait for him to tell us it's good.
I'd say
we
just
have the
go.
run.
You say just go, Lance? You're the science guy here.
I mean, these people have been living here. Clearly, they're not entirely stupid.
What if they can breathe underwater?
I mean, they're frogs.
Frogs don't actually breathe underwater. They hold their breath.
Well,
It's
they
true.
can hold the breath for a very long time.
That is very true.
Pip is gonna, in his mind, just communicate. Are y'all in these things? This thing is really weird.
No, that seemed very stupid. We're up here debating how long you might live after making such a stupid decision.
And then who gets all your stuff that you don't take at all?
Well, I mean,
Usually the frogs do because they have it.
It's just,
Hey, nobody's talking to you, Donlin. This is a mental link
It's
between
a private channel.
everybody else.
Private channel. Cut him up.
Oh, okay. I'll just see myself out. Fine. Fuck you guys. I'm not gonna tell you what's down here now. Pip,
Man.
don't tell them what's down here.
Intestines, I
I
imagine.
won't.
Donlin's like a Wichita lineman just listening in.
All right, I will give them 2 minutes after I will get in the frog, but it has exactly 2 minutes before I turn it inside out.
That's fair.
Yeah, I guess if everybody else is hopping in.
Off we go.
Yeah.
You're all getting in?
Yep.
2 minutes has passed. Nothing's changed.
Smack the frog.
Oh god.
Smacking, are you smacking the toad or the
Yeah.
Well, we're inside the toad, right? I'm just like hitting the roof, as it were.
Okay.
Is the
you're smacking-
bullywog
you're
in the
smacking
toad
inside.
with us?
Smacking inside. Roll perception.
Bro, we better get barfed on.
You look around. You can see nothing.
Yes.
So you're all inside of the toads, and you're beginning to make way down into the depths of the water. You're very unfamiliar as far as the presence, but you have a sense of pressure, right? Because you can feel that pressure. You know that you're going down for a time, and then eventually you're going to kind of level off. Then you're going to kind of come through, and you hear the sounds now of these drums being played. That's why I have them going. The drums are just continuously vibrating and moving. There's also a large commotion of frogs croaking and kind of shimming themselves. And that sound now is out into the air. You can hear it clearer, more sonically. This is moving through the water. And then you begin to emerge. And you come to the Mukluk. They're going to move themselves over to a large slab of stone at the center point of a grandeur stilted village that surrounds with canopies of leather hide of fish scales and lizard folk. There is a massive community here, nearly 300 to 400 bullywugs that exist inside of some sort of subterranean aquatic cave. Torchlight gleams as it glows, and they begin to press themselves forward towards the large platform and let you kind of get off of that, and then they begin to kind of disperse and allow you to almost acclimate yourselves for a moment. Through a crack of stone, a humongous, pot-bellied bullywug begins to emerge. And as they begin to emerge, they have themselves quite the appearance. Two large, beady eyes of a massive girthed head sit upon their head. They have a royal spear of bone as it stands, almost like a trident. Two hooks that don't go up, they go down. And as they do that, you can see that there is a crown of spoons and forks plated with silver and gold on their head. They have trinkets galore of necklaces and rings upon the many fingers, and as they pull themselves out of the crack, moving their pot belly out, they shimmy and quake the water as they move, and they slowly roll back into the mud, where they cannot stand on their two legs. They just kind of flop back into the rock. They hold their spear. And
Oh,
covered in
Lord, you
hide
coming.
and lizard folk skin, the drums begin to stop. See, as they hold the hand, the frogs begin to cease croaking. Ma! Mark! They stare with two ginormous beady eyes at all of you. Ma welcomes you as they speak common.
Oh, well, that's convenient. I thought we were going to have to use sign language.
Or Pip translating. That would have been fun. For no one.
Well, you can hear them. You can't speak frog.
Oh, I can.
Oh, well, that's less concerning than I thought it was going to be, but nevertheless.
Once I use a spell, I can do it anyway.
Well, I mean, the last time you cast spells in front of royalty was a bit of a problem.
I was just about to let him know this is probably not the place right now to cast any spells.
Well, it's not really a spell so much as a feature I have.
No. I'm not talking about that. The understanding and talking. I'm talking about in general, not a place to cast spells right now, Pip.
Anyway,
royalty.
Yeah.
Thank you for welcoming us.
Ma welcomes those who bring shiny. Breathe breath in lungs. Mark welcomes you to Mukluk. Sees all the frogs begin to croak wildly.
It is rather nice.
It's a mighty impressive place.
And we have gifts.
Roll as they begin to vibrate. You see as several bullywugs splash upwards on top of the stone as they begin to lay raw fish in front of you from nets draped, freshly caught. These very subtle, small to medium-sized bass-like fish with green and black scales, not immune to the corruption. They have slight mutations every so often. One has 3 eyes. Another one has these little peckish teeth. Sees the bullywugs shimmy themselves and move away. Eat.
You think that's why he can speak common? He's been eating the tainted fish.
Yeah.
Would they be insulted if we cooked it first?
How are we gonna cook it?
I mean,
fire.
I have my supplies with me, of course.
Oh, true, true.
Yeah, I think we could just decline. I'm not sure cooking cures whatever is wrong with that specific animal.
What if it insults them if we decline it?
They're a bunch of frogs.
Smuckluck voices echoing out as it shakes and vibrates the water, ushering you to eat now.
Yeah, there's a lot of them.
I'm just gonna raise my hand. I'm sorry, I would, but I'm deathly allergic to fish.
It's an allergy. Common among half elves.
You see as
Yeah, I
they
would
stare, the eyes squinting down. Anger billows. Large guttural pouch begins to
Yeah,
grow
fuck it. I'm
outwards.
grabbing a fish and I'm eating it.
I suppose I've eaten worse.
I'm gonna pour a potion of restoration on mine, and then I'm going to eat it.
Some seasoning.
Yeah.
There's a
Don't leave home without the hot sauce.
Jonathan, as you begin to uncork it, passing it upon the fish, you see as King Muck looks. Crow, crow. You see as the voice inside of your head, Pip. Shaman, bring the milk. And then Bullywug emerges with a large clay jug, uncorks it, pours into a bowl, begins to offer it to you, Don. Drink!
get this man some milk.
The hell are they
I will
milking down?
drink the milk.
You drink
Need
it.
to be fair, there's plenty of frogs down here.
It is surprisingly salty and sour. Has a back tinge of alcohol. As it kind of sits on the tongue and coats it like a wax. Barely choke it down. It's vile, disgusting. You see is
Good stuff.
immediately upon drinking it, the billow of the guttural pouch begins to pull back, and the eyes relax at the king. They smile. Two large
I did
orange
that for
eyes.
you guys.
What are you talking? I ate a fish too.
I didn't eat anything. I'm smart.
See as the
Carl
water is...
prestidigitate a fish to make it taste like.
Oh, to taste it, make it taste better? You're just gonna make them all taste better? Yeah.
Yeah.
You see as the king, the water being about deep enough, I would say, for you, Donlin, you'd be up to your neck, right? Mid-waist, a little bit higher up for the rest of you. They take the spear and they begin to shake it. And the water begins to recede down to a shallow splash of the boots. They open up their massive fish hand, their massive frog hand. Ma, approach, Ma. Shinies.
And that's you, Lance.
Yep. Yep. I mean, I'll move up to support you here, Lance, but that's all you, buddy.
I don't know which he meant for all of us to go or just the one who ate, but we'll find out.
I do not care at this point. This has been the most distasteful experience of the last several months. I would like to.
As we're walking up, Lance has a vial of perfume. He is going to add some to one small handful of the ball bearings to see whether he finds the smell, distasteful or not distasteful, and he'll offer those ball bearings first. If he dislikes the smell, we can switch gears, and try different.
See as you offer the ball bearings polished. See as you hold out your hand with the ball bearings. The tongue of King Muck begins to roll out like a carpet rung. Begins to probe in the direction and bam! Lands under your hand, slaps, stickies the bearings off, slurps them into its mouth. Shiny.
Okay.
Ooh. You see as they reach behind them into the treasure trove, the crack billowing their gut. They begin to pull out a tiny little ring. drop it down into your hand.
I don't want to know where that ring's been.
You've established trade relations. Good job.
Indeed.
The ring is a very polished silver band, almost as if they're giving you something in exchange for your silver here. It is inscribed with these runes upon it, and as you're looking at them, they have a striking similarity to that which was written and inscribed in the Hag's Cup.
Interesting.
You better check that out before you put it on.
Actually, there's no way I'm putting that on right now. That needs to be deep cleaned,
You see, as
sanitized.
the king looks towards you, wear it.
Oh, never mind. Kaden, I don't have time to write a will, but if anything happens, bury me somewhere safe.
Hold on. Where's Donlin? Donlin will put anything on.
He has enough problems at
upgrade
the
to
moment.
Drumline.
I put the ring on, having instructed Kaden verbally what I should do if I should perish.
Okay, you go invisible.
Ooh.
Well,
See as Muck
you
stares
never
at
look
you.
better.
Wide-eyed.
Are you dead? He's
Ma!
gonna
Sees the motion hand. Fair. Ma.
Oh, he's
Good.
fine. He's still right here.
Trade.
I take the ring off.
Invisible.
Well, I suppose I expected that to go differently.
Could have been worse, honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Could have had your soul sucked out of your body.
This is true.
Who would do that?
Nobody we know.
Bit of inspiration. What if we show him one of the stones? You know, the dragon stone. Maybe he's seen one. If people have offered him trinkets before.
Do you have any of these in your esteemed pile of belongings? Your Magus frog?
Your matches.
See as they look towards it. They roll out the tongue. As if to take the tongue and inspect it. Kind of lather it up slightly in your hand.
Yeah, he will hold it out but not relinquish it.
Then they zap it back into their mouth. You're going to pull into the crack. And they hang a large silver necklace inlaid in as an odd black gemstone. And they hold it in their frog fingers. So huge. Trade.
Oh, that's fair.
I have a ring of fire resist we could offer them.
I've got this wonderfully, massively shiny breastplate that I'm no longer wearing. There's a lot of shiny in this. It's like this big.
No. I have quite a few things here. Let's see. I'll pull out. Let's start with. I have a gilded acorn worth about 200 gold pieces. I'll pull out this gilded acorn.
Do I even want to know where we got that?
This was some of the spell component bits that we got from the Hag's Hut, I believe.
Ah.
They shake, and as they do, pouch swing from side to side. You see as the
will
shaman
go ahead
swims
and-
up to the king, giving them a large bowl of milk. Drink it. They place it.
I'll hold up my ring of fire resist that I'm not wearing.
As they look at it, squinting. Approach, Muck. Tongue begins to unfurl. You get to sip and lick the ring. They zip the ring off of your hand into their gullet. They drop the amulet down at your feet. You may remove the ring from your inventory.
Honestly, that was more straightforward than I expected.
Yeah, honestly, I expected there to be trade plus do something.
Believe it or not, simple folk do simple things. I'm just saying.
It's true.
And I will
Oh.
pick up the amulet, and then I'm going to look at Kanan.
King Mark. No simple. King
Here's
Well,
your
I was
cake.
talking about me.
Our friend is rather simple.
I'll pull out my pipe.
Simple.
He's also a simp.
Simp. What does this word mean?
Shimp.
Simp.
Like very beautiful women. Often to unhealthy extents.
I'll just let them tear out your soul. It's fine.
Anyway,
Honestly, it's quite a good allegory.
I'll trade you this necklace for that breastplate, so that way we don't, offend anybody.
Oh yeah, no, of course. It should go to a fine warrior such as yourself. You're gonna have it downsized a bit, but
After
Mocklock.
I
Have Simba. Waifu.
oh, here we go. Exactly why I did this. So as all this is going on, I'll smoke some halfling green. And I'll see if the king pays any attention to what I'm doing at all. Smoking that. If he does, I will offer him some.
I don't know if you have enough volume to get this
That's
man even
he
remotely
strikes
high.
me as the kind that's gonna puff and not pass.
Hey, I got a few.
They clap
The
twice. Bullywog come out from the mud, working themselves on either side. And they begin to bring up from behind the great king a massive corncob pipe, placing it into the king's mouth. They hold it there for a brief moment before the king grabs lips towards. You see as they bring a torch, massive, to the nearby post. They push it in, lighting it. They pull it out. More.
Good.
Ooh. They shift their
I
weight.
think they can grow that.
I don't want to know.
Motion their hands from left to right. Celebrate! Feast! See as the frogs begin to croak wildly and drawl as they begin to take fish out of their baskets and other sorts of pleasantries that they foraged in the seabed. Or, sorry, the lake bed, I should say. Different shellfish and other fish and other different sorts of wildlife. They begin to consume it in bounty. Some which go to you, offering it towards you. The base of your feet is a great offering. Others begin to place them in piles upon the large slab of stone. As they do that, celebration begins to happen.
Don't tell me it's gonna be rude to leave before the frog rave concludes.
Oh yeah, no, we stuck here for 24 hours.
You see as the king begins to shake the head, bobbing it to the music. Smoking the pipe.
That's right.
every so often opens the mouth. And a bullywug comes with a large basket of fish and chucks it into his mouth.
Jesus.
A king feasts.
It's unclear of what to do next. The king is in their element, the eyes slightly half closed, blazed, feasting, as well as the rest of the bullywugs. Biggest thing here is, how do you get back?
That's a
I
good
don't know about
question.
y'all, but I can breathe underwater if I use this thing. He points to his gem.
Actually, I think if you hand me that last piece, I might be able to do that too.
Yeah, that was the trade we made.
Yeah.
And then
Well, I
once
guess-
out, I could.
Go ahead.
Since I can also teleport us out, at least
Wait,
4 of us.
actually,
A lot of spell slots, though.
we could actually just transform into one of them giant toads and carry everybody out like they carried us. We'd have to figure out where we was going.
We can?
I feel like
What?
we're skipping over the most simplest solution here. which is
Actually, why don't we just go give some more ball bearings to the
Oh, we
ones
could
on the
just
blocks?
ask. Yeah. I'm
Exactly.
Just wondering if they're going to want us to wait for the end of the festivities or something.
Wonder what else? What other good stuff they have inside that little treasure vault back there?
Oh God, yeah, we should leave now.
What? Aren't you curious what they have back there?
I honestly a bit, but only because I imagine it's 90% bottle caps and.
I mean, that's fair
used-
too. Yeah, you're
used
probably
napkins. But then
Yeah.
there's probably something. I mean, they had that ring of invisibility in there. So.
right. They also had the last or a stone for you.
It's true.
I think it is the lab. If I had to guess.
Well,
I mean, I'm pretty sure I can get us back there, but I don't know.
let's not.
We can just
Do
ask
that.
the frogs.
I say let's just offer trades and ask what we want. We have plenty of these expensive, shiny reagents. Plenty powdered gems aplenty.
I wonder what killing the dragon is worth to him. Getting rid of the zombies. I mean, but they were very concerned with the fact that we were not zombies, or that we could be.
So
Okay,
offer
we ask-
ball bearing and point up, and we leave.
Well, hang on. Let's ask. I was wondering, in exchange for whatever else you have back there, what would you give us if we killed the dragon that's causing the undead? Yeah, I don't think he's listening, guys.
Man, it's just vibing.
Let's take another toke. Dragon. Death of dragon. King Muck. You see as Muck smiles. King
I think
Muck,
it's fun.
give themselves to you.
So we get a whole ass king.
Dancing sexually. Give myself to you.
Well, Pip scores again.
Pip, I think this is the one that you can actually have.
No, I'm good.
Good
Now
God,
that
man.
I'm thinking-
You are the Riz Masters, come on.
He's stun locked. Look at this.
You got-
Man, about to get it on with Jabba the Hutt over here.
Just because one can does not mean one will.
Or should.
And the bard got stun locked.
It was the tongue, really. You had to think it over.
King Muck gets him every time, man.
Fucking King Muck.
Man, it's king. He gets them all.
What's the plan, guys?
I walked as soon as there was like frog fucking to be discussed. Kanan came over here. It was just like hailing a frog taxi and be like, yeah, I need to go. Just
Okay.
rifling
yeah,
through his pockets.
Lance
just like,
has the
"Here's some
ball
random
bearings
sh-"
is the issue.
I will
Yeah,
find
I
some
mean-
shit. I've got priest supplies. Like I don't know. I'll find a little mirror. I don't know.
I've got.
I'm gonna spit shine a silver piece.
Dude, don't worry about it. We fight ball bearings plenty. That being said, Jax, if there was anything you wanted to ask the king for trade, good spares.
I mean, I don't know what he has back there. I mean, another ring of invisibility would be great.
Speaking of which, I mean, care for this? Seems like for your cloak and dagger bit, I think this is a mighty fine cloak, so to speak.
I mean, if you're not planning on using it, I could definitely put it to use.
Yeah, I mean, you've been very helpful to me in the past. I'm sure this would serve you well. So.
Sure. Would you? I mean, I can offer a cold resistance, a dark vision, or a fire resistant.
Don't worry about it for now. We can figure that out in a bit.
Okay.
You give him a tattoo. Get Lance tatted up.
I could give him a tattoo as well.
Face tat.
I could do face tat.
I don't think he's that daring.
Hardcore,
Just
man.
a little teardrop under the eye, you know.
I could do teardrops for all the people he's killed.
Nah, teardrops for all the dragons he's killed, man.
It just says Riz and then Master
Riz Master.
under each eye.
Solid.
Just to get it across the back, you know, from like shoulder blade to shoulder blade, little arc on it.
No regrets, man.
No regrets.
Yeah, so
No Rugrats.
I'm not seeing it on my sheet, but I guess if the invisibility ring is not on my sheet, just add it directly to Jax's.
Okay, I will.
Thank you.
All right, so Jax, this is a ring of invisibility that is here. I'm gonna kind of make sure we get an artwork here for the ring.
It's only mildly cursed.
Yeah, only mildly cursed here.
Yeah, it's fine.
You know,
Again, who would pick up a cursed object?
just doomed to be forever watched by some elder evil that wants you dead.
The hag just spies on you whenever you try to sleep. That's all it is.
I mean, to be fair, that's probably better than Orsivus, so, like...
Just be mindful of attunement slot wise. You do have the Cloak of Displacement. We'll have to work on that after the session's done and see if we can. But the Cloak of Displacement is something that is still attuned to you at the present moment.
Yeah, I think I have. I had at least one open slot.
So the Ring
Anyway,
of Invisibility is a legendary item. It is a very powerful item. This essentially allows you to turn invisible as an action, and you, as long as everything you're carrying becomes invisible, and until the ring is removed or until you attack or cast a spell, you will be invisible.
It's the one ring.
This
It's
the one
ring
is
to
the
rule
one
them
ring.
all.
The fact that King Muck had this was pretty astounding. Seemed to favor you
Mhm.
while
Seriously.
coming in. As they're bouncing their heads side to side, you begin to pay your offerings in the direction of the giant toads, which open their mouths. The bullywugs take them with elegance, and then you begin to kind of climb into those toad mouths. Right before the last one kind of closes in, the king kind of shimmies themselves slightly and opens the hands. Maw! And then you climb in and you go away.
Yeah. Farewell.
Goodbye, Frogman.
That guy had the ultimate racket going on right there.
It's literally gambling. You just hand him a thing, and he either gives you
Yeah.
a piece of garbage or you hit.
It's
Yeah.
a loot frog.
I was gonna say,
Yeah.
did he have a racket going on? Because we gave him ball bearings for a ring of invisibility.
I didn't say he was good at it.
To me, it struck me that
They
you
have
just
no-
didn't even
they
know
have
what
no
it
s-
was.
They have no semblance of value. They don't understand it.
They
Just look at
probably
what-
thought that the ring was less shiny than the ball bearing, so they got a great deal.
Mm-hmm.
It's an economy of luminosity.
They're getting a good bargain here. So the toads are going to
I've
take
heard
you
dumber
eventually.
things, honestly.
You're going to emerge at the water line. Then you're going to climb out of the mouths, allowing you to just mount them, and they're going to take you right back to where you get the wood line. They're going to kind of swim you back after a couple hours here. So all in all, you've traversed roughly about 5 to 6 hours of time, not counting dialogue and other things. So you're probably pretty tired at this point, considering you had combat and your adventure to the tower. And in terms of kind of circadian rhythm, right, that eternal clock you have, you do feel like you are at the point of sleeping. So kind of finding yourself at the woodline here. Eventually, the pack also is going to emerge as the frogs begin to depart, but you know you're not alone right here. So you might make a way further south just to get away from their edge of their territory, as less eyes may be upon you. And you find yourselves still within the darkness, and assuredly the night, according to your bodies, comes to, there's only a shallowness of the water every so often. Now you're kind of getting to that pocket of where there's more dry land parts. You also have massive tree limbs that you potentially can climb up in those trees and camp into. And all in all, the place around you is alive. So there are still creatures that are calling and moving around. I'm not going to play the sound effect for that, but there's a lot of life and activity here. And then the light sources would be bioluminescence of those mushrooms, those funguses that are there. Those are giving off quite a bit of light every so often, and the fog now pulls through, so it's getting quite thick. You have a decision to make yet again. Where do you traverse next, and what do you do?
Well, first, if we're staying the night, I'm dropping my tiny hut. I don't trust this
Not a bad
outside.
idea.
Okay, so our original plan was to come here, but go to the Rangers and then
Sure.
over to the lake. I assume that plan still stays. However, I'm not sure it's smart, since the dragon has an idea we're around, to travel while we're tired. So I think what Pip said would kind of be good, is drop the hut, stay, long rest, continue on after.
Yep,
But
Rangers
open for
tomorrow
discussion.
morning.
Yeah.
Yeah, sounds like a plan.
I will say before we sleep, I'm gonna do two things. I need to identify. I'm gonna reach in the bag of holding without pulling it out, and grab onto the scythe, and just try to use the identified spell on it.
You
And
want that so
also,
bad.
I don't want it. I want to know what it does. And I'm going to walk outside and cast Find Greater Steed and summon a Pegasus.
Okay, so you're choosing, you want to use Find Greater Steed, but you also want to identify?
Well, I'm gonna. It doesn't matter which order, but eventually I want to do both before I go to sleep.
Which one you're going to do
Find Greater.
first?
I'll probably do the.
Because if you
So I want
die before you summon the steed, then there's no point in summoning the steed. That's fine.
That's fair. I think Pip would identify first because he wants to do the steed right before he goes to. He'd do the steed first because then he wants to go to sleep as soon as he identifies. So yeah,
So for identification spell, you have to be touching the scythe. You are aware of that.
yes,
Okay. And your ritual
I'm
casting,
gonna
it
hold
will
it.
take 10 minutes.
Correct.
So you're gonna have to hold it
Okay.
for 10 minutes.
Yep, in the bag of holding. Hoping it'll help that.
So you grab onto the scythe and you begin to identify its properties. You feel in the identification of the 10 minutes that this weapon is imbued with energy of the Shadowfell. It has been blessed, cursed by Orcivis. As you reach the culmination of those 10 minutes, you find this to be a +2 attack and damaged weapon, and it deals an additional 2d6 necrotic damage upon hit. It is a legendary weapon, the scythe. It is one of perhaps 4 that the Morsatra carry. It is also a piece of something else, something that was crafted. Orcivis's Mind Scythe is what this hails from. At the end of the 10 minutes, you lose 1 hour of memories. The very earliest of that you recall at the beginning of your life is gone. And you are maybe not completely aware of that entire connection. But what you are aware of is the darkness of shadow that emerges after the 10 minutes. It sprouts and moves like a fog. You let go of it after all the identification is over. You leave the scythe in the bag of holding.
Yeah. Just drop
Okay.
it back in.
Alright.
That was trippy.
A dog gonna bite you.
That's well. It's pretty well established it was cursed. I don't know why you would actually want to spend any time with it.
Offering words of wisdom from the land of my people.
Those with common sense.
Yeah.
I'm a dog whisperer, though.
Well, to each their own, I suppose.
By the way, guys, Pegasus out there, his name's Toe.
Toe and O. Is this just a naming convention for you?
I was going to say, it seems rather silly. I didn't think horses had toes.
Is it sort of a sense of irony?
You only get one magical pet around here. So now you gotta choose
have-
Toe or Poe.
The magical pit is going to come and take the other away.
There's also the wolf to consider.
Just wait. I also have some elementals that I've named Eeny, Meeny, Miny, and Mo.
Oh, I thought it was going to be Tay, so you could have
Oh,
Potato.
that
Potato.
would be
That's
dope.
fucking great.
I thought it was going to be bro, but whatever.
What is the point of all of this?
Man just
What?
wants to run a circus. Who am I to judge?
My friends died. I bring back friends, that I can have friends other
Oh,
than you
so
guys.
Toe-
Are we not enough for you now?
Well, what?
No, you guys
Damn.
are. But
Talk
you
about
guys,
a slap in the fucking face.
Yeah,
Well-
I'm not sleeping in your goddamn hut no more. Tazar!
What did I miss?
Oh, his tiny hut.
it's a nice hut though.
Oh, he said we're not friends and that we're not enough for him.
I didn't say that. I said I lost my friends and they helped me, with that a little bit, like my emotional support animals. Donlin, you're proof that I need them because you've already died once. What if you guys die again? I don't have them. These guys can't die. I can just bring them back.
To be
Wait a
fair,
minute.
Donald came back as well.
Yeah. So
Sure.
what happens if we? Are you going to try and bring us back?
I mean, if I can.
To be fair, I had an item that could do that, and the Lord of Athema thought it best to keep it, which was rather frustrating.
That'd
Yeah,
been
that was a
your
weird-
third soul sucking stick.
Also true.
Yeah, your Paylor does a lot of soul sucking. That was weird.
I mean, it had the
Not a
power to
Paylor
restore
thing.
life. It actually kind of was. It came from the Sun Tree.
I mean,
In a
that's fair. It
roundabout
did
way.
come from the Sun Tree. That is true.
Fair.
That is like that is so funny. That's like the nature versus nurture approach, being like, yeah, what happened to it doesn't mean anything because it comes from the sun tree.
It's still Pelo.
It's still Pelo,
It's
obviously.
still
Still
Pelor.
part of them.
At its core, it's still Pelor.
I mean,
Make the rules.
Or maybe it's Ralop now. It's just backwards.
I'm just gonna toss it out there, Pip, that other than our wolves, any animals that we've had have not fared very well in our journeys.
None of my animals died. Poe keeps coming back when he dies.
That's fair. He does continue to return.
And
it
Toe,
cost
I'm
you.
sure I can come back. Cost me what, a nap, and then I'm good.
I'm just saying, I'm just trying to help you out with your friendship thing here and losing people. I would not grow too attached to these. Maybe every time Poe dies, he loses a little bit of himself.
Poe, is
And
that
when he
true?
comes back, it's not the same Poe.
You just gonna ask Poe. Is that true, Poe?
I mean, look, he's ignoring you right now.
When I die and I come back greater, tenfold more powerful.
See?
10
He's
times
good.
0 is still 0.
Well, I think it's more of an exponential function thing. It's
That is-
starting at like just above 0, and it's going to go really, really slowly until you never notice it, and then boom, it's gone.
Honestly, that was a deeper level burn than I ever expected to come out of Donlan, so I'm gonna let him have that one.
Fair enough.
Okay.
Donald, make an intelligence
Oh.
check.
Before he takes damage.
2.
God damn it.
Oh,
Yep, that tracks.
no.
You have this sudden, just massive migraine from exuding so much thought at once.
There are some of us that were suspect of Poe before this. Now that he just said he comes back 10 times more powerful, a little more concerned.
Well, stop. I guess I gotta stop letting him die so quickly.
Or just don't bring him back.
He might be the only one in the party that I have more hit points than. Okay, and that's not saying much.
Yeah, but he can also come back. And he stays in my pocket 90% of the time.
Hmm.
In tow, I mean, look at him. He's a Pegasus. That's pretty dope.
Yeah, it does us no good.
It does you no good if you're gonna keep insulting Toe. He can fly.
That I can.
Oh my God, this one talks too.
Not
Does
to
that
you.
majestic mane flick?
Telepathically is what communication is to it. But you can't hear anything besides
See? Boom.
Well, while you
I don't
talk to
see
your
And then
that
pets.
on
as
top of
well.
all this, I have Isga to raise. So now I can raise Isga and be the giant that he needed to be in order to get the throne.
Because you have a Pegasus now.
Yeah. So now I have 2. I could have made him a
Wait, now
dire
you're
wolf, but that
saying
was insulting.
Isga's not enough for you either, so you made a Pegasus to ride because Isga
Wow.
can't fly? That's just
Wow.
rude.
No, I'm saying Isga needs some to be more protected than ever because he needs to grow, and I need to get him to an age where he can be accepted. And also when he defeats the dragon, because I'm not gonna be. He's got to still help me kill a dragon. Okay, I still have to give him that honor to kill dragons. So now that I have him, if I need to get out of danger, I can get out of danger with Isga also there to still fight. So I have 2 ways of helping him.
Oh, I
So
understand.
you're
So
going to
he's a
sacrifice the
sacrifice.
child.
Got it.
No,
That's what you just said.
I can sacrifice my Pegasus if I need to, because he comes back, right,
Right,
Toe?
because they come back.
He said, "Thank you, come back." I don't actually know how this spell works. I just kind of summoned you, and you're here.
You know,
I don't know
they
if you're
feel
like
pain, right? Like, even if they die, that they're still creatures.
Well, Poe doesn't. I don't think. I think he dies too quickly, though. To be fair.
You know, I don't
I'm
care
just
about
curious.
Poe.
Did you like take Toe away from his family and his friends selfishly to come here and be with you?
I don't actually know how the magic works. Hey, Toe, how does the magic work? Are you just like summoned, or did you have to come from somewhere?
I'm a celestial spirit in the void, awaiting the utter command of divine.
He just turned on. Yeah, he's like
Sir.
Poe. We're good. Yeah, he's
And
like Poe. He's good,
And I like carrots.
and he loves carrots. What about pancakes? I got a lot of pancakes.
Are we sure he's not holding these creatures against their will? Do we need to?
Yeah,
have
I don't
more
know
mention?
anymore, man. Kanan, I'm sorry for ever saying that you were the potentially, let's just say not nice person in the party after killing the boy, because I'm beginning to wonder that Pip now is more into like
God!
animal and human
Why-
trafficking.
why would anybody? Why would anybody ever
No
say?
way!
All I
Just
do
for the
is help
record,
people.
you're comparing killing a child versus killing celestial beings that come back to life.
Holding them hostage, I think, is more.
No, you're trafficking them. You're smuggling animals around.
No, I'm not
To
giving
be
them to
fair,
anybody.
Kanan is my friend and has never tried to say he wasn't. So like, he gets
I never
bonus.
said I
true,
wasn't your
too.
friend.
Like you
Yes,
said that we
you
weren't
did.
enough for you, so you needed
Yes.
Claire, aren't you
supplemental
glad
friend.
you joined this rabble of wayward adventurers on the quest?
How much
Why
longer
are
do
you-
we have till we get to Dixia?
What is your goal in all of this? To tag? Is that surely it's not just
Oh.
companionship because this is
And also, I just saw something. I can ride Isga, and Claire can ride Toe.
I appreciate that, but I think I'm gonna just be walking on my own. But I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Wait, no, you're not allowed to walk because like that's too slow.
Yeah, you'd be really, really slow.
So you got to ride on somebody's wolf.
Or Toe.
if we slay another dragon, we could potentially go back and create another wolf. It'd be a bit of a trek, but have to do some summoning rituals with a giantess. But I got a friend.
Well, I guess it beats transportation via frog intestine.
Certainly,
Although that wasn't as bad as I thought it would be.
it was rather distasteful.
Did you feel how squishy it was inside?
I thought it was quite roomy.
You
I was gonna say eating the fish was probably the worst part. Let's just be.
Why did you do
honest
that?
there.
That was
Yeah, you actually
He was
ate the
gonna
fish.
kill. Yeah, he was gonna kill us.
that was a frog.
Did you see how
Did he
many
kill
there
me?
were?
But he didn't kill us.
If I was gonna eat anything in that godforsaken place, it would have been the frogs.
Oh my god. Well, look, you guys are lucky, okay? And you're welcome that Donlin and I sucked it up and ate a fish for the group. I don't think anybody else did, but it calmed
no.
them down, and we
Tasted
got some
fine to
good
me.
trades in return.
You're just lucky you didn't have to drink the milk.
Oh, that's a good point.
You did not ask enough questions for my taste when they offered you milk in an underwater frog civilization.
Donlin,
Look,
thank you for
you
your
don't
sacrifice.
ask questions in front of
I
royalty.
appreciate it.
You just show them the hospitality they showed
It's
you,
a frog.
and then after you leave, you go puke your guts out. It's fine. Respect the culture.
Donlin, thank you for taking one for the team there. I appreciate that.
Yeah,
That, and I just really didn't think it through, and I just wanted it to all be over because it was really awkward.
That rather sounds wrong, yeah.
if you're feeling really sick tomorrow, let me know. I'll try to whip something up.
No, I doused my fish with that restoration potion just for, I didn't trust it.
I thought that was just for flavor, honestly.
I mean,
That'll cure the poison. I don't think it'll cure whatever the hell comes out on the other end tomorrow morning.
Well, either way, if you next time want something that makes it at least a little easier on the way in, can't help with on the way out, can just let me know what you'd like it to taste.
can we all stop talking about what comes out of me and just go to the fucking bed?
For once, I agree with
Oh,
That's fair.
before bed, we'll upcast another aid 5th level, extend it.
Okay.
That was never going to end. I like it.
All right,
Yup.
so you're doing an upcast of aid for the next day. You all begin to rest down. We are not going to go to a prompt for a long rest. Pip, you are going to be taking a long rest here, and you experience something strange as you wake in your dreams somewhere else.
Sounds like Pip.
Remember when I said that dog was going to bite you?
Yeah, you meeting the dog now, boy.
Mm-hmm.
Wouldn't I be more the cat? Because curiosity.
Now you have poor dogs here to get dragged around by a dog that's way too big for her to handle.
Oh god, the music says it all.
Still my favorite.
You awake on a large slab, black rock, chained and anchored, with a sea of shallow water on the other side of a cloudy, purplish, spaced boat. In front of you is a large-sized creature, metallic-like throne that is void of any legs. They are in a cloak of brown and tattered cloth that drapes like a poncho across. The only thing that you can observe are 6 holes on their face that glow of purple energy. They have draped over them a scythe, a purple blade, and the same handle with the crooks at the handholds as that which is in your bag of holding. The rest of you are just here to observe. The space is massive. As far as your eyes can see, that shallow water goes, till it reaches thick black rock walls that surround this space. The cloud and the skies are of black with purple stars. What's in front of you begins to speak. Hip. I am Orsavis, the King of Dream, the Mind Viper. Do you know where you are right now, Pip?
Well, considering you're the king of dreams, I'm assuming in hopefully a dream and not a nightmare.
This is most assuredly a nightmare for you, Pip.
Does
Where
it
you
have to be?
taken something of great value. And now you are bonded to it.
To be fair, I was only trying to identify it to see what it was, to see if I would be insulting someone of your great stature. So if I did insult you, I'm sorry. It was nothing personal. You know, curiosity killed the cat. You know, hopefully you don't take that literally, though.
See, as they hover, the legs begin to form, surmounting themselves. Backwards pointed knees, and the scythe stomps into the ground, the ragged shoulders as they lean forward and look towards you. I have seen many with tongues such as yours that speak in such beautiful and elegant way. Your words, your riz, will matter not with me. Your
Okay, that's fair.
mind, you see as they take the scythe and they begin to turn it towards you, and immediately you almost move as if you're trying to get away and you can't, as you're shackled by metallic manacles and chains to the rock floor. They take the scythe tip and they point it towards your head. In mere moments, you're flooded with memories of tortured souls and minds that this deity has claimed, feasting upon them. At the last one is your own memories. I know everything about you now. Your most intimate details.
I'm sorry.
Don't be. I'll feast upon them. Your memories give me power.
Are you sure you want those memories, though? I mean, isn't there other ways I can get you power? I mean, you're the first god I've ever met. Although apparently I have some god in me, as you know. But you're the first one I've actually met. And from what I'm gathering from the gods of this world, I'm assuming, we can always help mutual exchange. Well, it's more of me serve you, in exchange you don't kill me, and yeah, that's how it works here. I think. I don't know. Forgive me of my ignorance. As you can read in my brain, I don't know gods very well.
I have no offer to give you, no bargain to be struck, only that you
Is
are bonded.
I mean, don't you? I mean, don't you know Damodar and stuff?
Of course, I know who Damodar is.
What if I got him to take the scythe and then you get his memories and shit?
I care not for them. Every mind is equal in its potential. Do not fear, Pip. You are not to die, for in your death, your mind and its memories are gone. No, you will become something far greater.
Ooh, what? You give me like some cool powers? Because I know one guy gave a dude a cup that can drink, like, and get drunk, but he doesn't get drunk. So that was pretty cool. I don't necessarily know if he has. Necessarily, I don't need that, but if he has some like cool mind power or dream shit, that would be dope.
You will become my Nightwing.
Dude, like Batman?
The scythe has imbued you with power. Whether you remove it or not has no consequence on your metamorphosis.
So you're giving me some of your cool power in exchange for you feeding on my memories.
Hmm.
Is that pretty much how I'm getting it? Like, there's nothing I need to
Arrogant
do other than just live, kind of.
ignorance.
Yeah, definitely ignorance. You're the first god I've met. I don't know how this works. Do I like need to pray to you? I don't know how that.
See as they
I
look.
know, my friend Donlin does a blood sacrifice thingy. I think. I don't know what Kanan does. I know he does something with souls. That's kind of weird, but I guess Paylor likes that. And Claire, I haven't met her enough. I know she works with Paylor too, but I don't think she does anything with souls. So I don't know. Even the same god does different things. That's kind of weird.
What I will tell you, Pip, will be in the words that are simple enough for you to understand. You are about to undergo a change. Your body, wrap your soul, but your mind will be mine.
So my body's gonna change. Will it affect the other thing? Because if I don't have the other god in me, I might die. So am I gonna get like both gods in me? So I'm like imbued by his power, whatever god that was. I believe the god of order. Are you familiar with him? And then like your god of power. Like you have to share custody. Like how does this work?
In your naivety, a creature of shadow and darkness will be born. I look forward to it.
Will I still be good looking?
See as they motion the hands, as this black claw comes out, long fingernails, black tattered skin. They motion to the hand, and black, purplish, pink cloud begins to billow from its energy. Sweet dreams, Pip. Sweet dreams. Right. Everyone but Pip is going to take a long rest. Pip, you do not have a very restful night. You are restless. You are roaming and moving and warbling in your sleep. For those that are, I don't believe we have anybody that trances, right? We all have to take 8 hours of sleep here.
I think so, yeah.
Okay. You're not able to notice this behavior unless one of you decide to take watch.
I mean, I need to stay up an additional hour for my crafting, but that's basically.
You won't be able to notice it then if you're only going to stay up an hour. So the only one that's going to notice this is Isga the child, and that is your wolf. So you move awake in your restless sleep in the morning, which is still night at the present moment. You see as Isga the child comes to you, smells, looks, and has a nesting of the jaw on your body. Are you okay?
Between us, Isga, I think I fucked up a bit. But we need to keep that secret for now. I don't want the team to think, I'm some evil person or something, but I think I just met a god, and I think he just tried to, or did take me over. I don't know.
Right, well, I won't tell them, but you didn't sleep the whole night. You were moving around the whole time.
Yeah, he's the god of dreams, so I guess that's what happened.
Just be safe.
I will.
Or
at least.
We're a pack.
Oh yeah, no matter what happens to me, I'm getting you to frickin' Threm.
All right. Okay.
Don't you worry about me, little buddy. I got you. If I go, whatever happens, I'll use the power to get you to Threm. Whether it means you have to kill me in the end in order to get yourself honor, then so be it.
So as this guy kind of shakes the head a little bit, like nodding, you all begin to pack up your stuff, getting yourself ready to head south in the direction of the Everide Lake. You're heading for the Rangers, making an arc around, which is your plan, your intention. Pip, you're tired. You didn't get a rest, and you're going to keep trudging on ahead. The more miles you walk without an actual sleep, you will incur exhaustion. Not yet, because you do have the wolf to aid you in riding, so you're not really marching on ahead yourself. But as the hours tick by, the sleepless nights, they will give you exhaustion. You have no physical awareness of what has been spoken to you by Orcivis. You all are the same. The parts are there. As far as the rest of you, you're able to recover all of your health, your spells, your wounds. You feel rested. Begin to mount your wolves, or perhaps walking, if that's what you choose, and you begin to head in the direction of Red Lake. That's going to be the end of our session.
Okay.
Ooh.
Demon! Kaden, you're not the only one that has an evil first.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Hey, he purposely said he's not going to kill me, okay?
I said he was going to turn you into some evil thing that he gets to control your mind.
He may not kill you.
Also, you do realize that you just, sided with a god that Donlin wants to kill. So,
Well, to be fair, I didn't really side with him.
He also kind of bogarted his weapon, because now you're bound to it.
Also true, so...
Hey, you don't
It's a
know
double
that.
whammy, my man.
No one knows that.
Psych!
And you still have Poe out, so that's like 3 strikes and you're out with Donlin.
And for the record, he knows you're going to try to kill him, which means he probably knows we're also trying to you're going to try to kill him if he has my memories. So, yeah, that part might be a problem.
That's fine. Donlin prefers it that way. He doesn't want to kill somebody in the back. He wants them to know he's coming.
Oh yeah, well, Pip's definitely going to want you to kill him now.
All right, so for session 40, we have 1,984 experience each. It puts you at 68,998 experience total.
Who would have thought? Hung it for 10 minutes, that would happen. Honestly, what I thought was going to happen was honestly, what I thought was happening was the dragon would track us down and come for us. That's what I expected to probably happen.
Great session, by the way, Riz Masters.
Mhm.
Hell yeah, Riz achieved.
The Masters of Riz.
Maximum Riz.
I did think you guys would like it. It was like, I could not be rizzed.
I don't think Adam's
right.
sold on the Riz Masters at
No,
all.
Adam's not sold. We're gonna have to calm it down here. Adam's not sold. We gotta be unanimous. It has to be unanimous, guys. We'll have to agree to it.
Could it be like Masters of Riz? I feel like it flows off the tongue better.
Definitely talk about it in chat. Come to some decisions. If not, I'm still gonna call you Group 9. So if you're watching the stream, thanks so much. Really appreciate it. You can check us out. We're not playing next week. So it'll be 2 weeks from here, and maybe even a makeup. We'll see what happens there. The schedule, the plan. So really appreciate it. Thanks so much, and we will see you later. Bye.
Bye, chat.
Ah.